So it's just after 5:30.
Yeah.
Hi, it's Mayor Walter Sendzik, and it is the final evening of council for this term of council. I do wish I was there in person with those who are around the council chambers. Unfortunately, like whatever everything else is going around, I've got the flu. So this is the first time I've actually been up and about in about 24 hours. So it's unfortunate because it would have been wonderful to be in council chambers for the last time at being amongst my council colleagues, but again, following public health advice, and which I think we need to be more mindful of, is that it's important to, when we're not feeling well, to make sure that we give each other the space and distance, and for those of us, pretty much try and stay home as much as possible when you're not feeling well. So we do have some in-camera items that we're going to go into before we start the public part of the meeting at 6 o'clock. So we're going to do O Canada, a moment of reflection, and then the deputy mayor for November, Councillor Sarmiento, will read the land acknowledgement, and then we'll proceed into the closed session readings. So that'll turn it over to the council coordinator.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Carton brasse et porter le pays, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Okay, Councillor Sorrento.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. The land on which council meets today is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe peoples, many of whom continue to live and work here today. The territory is covered by the Upper Canada Treaties and is within the land protected by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement. Today, this gathering place is home to many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples. Acknowledging this is a reminder that our great standard of living is directly related to the resources and friendship of Indigenous people.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Sorrento. I'll turn it over to the City Clerk, and who will go through the in-camera items.
So the reason we're going in camera is there's 4 items. Number 1, Office of the Mayor, CAO Performance Evaluation, closed pursuant to Municipal Act, Section 239-2B, personal matter about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, and D, labor relations or employee negotiations. Item number 2 is from the CAO. It's update number 3 for municipal transfer agreement related to Niagara Transit Commission, closed pursuant to Municipal Act Section 239-2D, labor relations or employee negotiations. Item number 3, CAO, property matter disposal, closed pursuant to Municipal Act Section 239-2C, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. It's for 320 Geneva Street, Realty File number 20.046. And the 4th item is from Community Recreation and Culture Services, property matter regarding a lease as well as activity at that property, closed pursuant to Section 239-2B of the Municipal Act, personal matter about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, and 2C, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, 5 Park Avenue, Realty File number 8502. By attending the closed session, each member acknowledges that their obligations under the Code of Conduct, including responsibilities related to confidentiality of the closed session material, remain the same as if they were physically present at the meeting. This includes that members are not permitted to record the proceedings and must ensure that no other person can see or hear any of the confidential deliberations taking place.
Okay, can I have Councillor Sorrento move this, seconded by Councillor Townsend, if possible?
So moved.
All in favor, and I'll look to the clerk to make sure that they're all in favor. Okay, that's carried. So we can go in camera.
live. Okay, now we have the go-ahead.
Okay, so we have a couple of motions that we just have to get through from the in-camera. 14.1 moved by Councillor Littleton, second by Councillor Porter. And I'll look to the clerk for show of hands in terms of support. All in favor of 14.1, Councillor Harris? Look to the clerk. Carried?
He's doing a show of hands for item 14.1, which is the CAO item. And that's carried.
Okay. The next one is the MTA agreements related to Niagara Transit. And that was delegated authority for the carrying out of the closing of the operations, as well as the signing of the MTA for the CAO. And mover and a seconder for that, I believe Councillor Miller moved it, and second by Councillor Phillips.
Councillor Miller's not in the room right now, but I did see Councillor Townsend raise his hand, as well as Councillor Phillips.
Okay. And show of hands for these ones. Councillor Harris? Yep. To the clerk.
And that's carried.
Okay, we have the disposal property matter that was direction to staff, received just for information. And that's moved by, I don't have movers and seconders for this.
Councillor Townsend and Councillor Littleton have their hands for the receive for information.
Okay, all in favor?
No.
That's carried, I'm assuming.
And that's, yes, it was carried.
Okay, so we're going to go into the adoption of the agenda, and this is for the public portion of the meeting. And I will look to the clerk who will read through the agenda item matters.
So the following amendments have been made to tonight's agenda. First is that following item 6, we're going to move to item 10.1, which is collaboration of a historical and significant work of public art for St. Catharines. Councillor Sorrento, the next item is that Councillor Sorrento has advised that he would like to request that council waive the rules to consider a motion not appearing on the agenda. That motion is regarding election signs. That would be dealt with under the motion section. Staff have requested that council waive the rules to consider a motion not appearing on the agenda, and that's to put a special council meeting on December 5th. That's to reschedule the meeting that was canceled in September. The returning and new councillors have been surveyed for that date. Councillor Sorrento, as deputy mayor, has agreed to move this motion. And then Councillor Kushner has advised that he's requesting that item 10.3, that being the motion regarding 66A, 66B, and 66C Marsdale Drive, be deferred to a future meeting. We're going to deal with that request during the motion to adopt the agenda. There's also 5 items of additional correspondence that have been placed in Council's Sugar Sing folder. One is the memo from Manager Financial Planning regarding 2023 rates and fees amendments. The second is correspondence from the CAO regarding the letter from Coalition for a Better St. Catharines. Third is a letter from the Honorable Steve Clark, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, regarding proposed amendments to the Greenbelt Plan. Item 4 is the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority comments regarding Environmental Registry of Ontario postings. And the final one is a memo from the Director of Planning regarding correspondence received for item 7.1, which is the draft plan of subdivision agreement for 3 Abbot Street and 48 Ellis Avenue.
Okay, so I'll look to the city clerk for a mover and a seconder, which includes the amendment for the deferral 66B, A, B, and C on Marsdale.
I have Councillor Harris and Councillor Phillips.
Okay, all in favor? To the clerk?
That's carried.
I need, if the Deputy Mayor Sorrento can adopt the minutes, I need a seconder for that.
So moved.
And Councillor Littleton?
Councillor Littleton, any questions on the minutes from September 26th? Okay, seeing none, all in favor?
And that's carried.
Carried. And conflicts of interest for today's meeting.
I declared a conflict of interest, Mr. Mayor, through you to the clerk. I've already submitted it in writing. I believe, is it 9.1?
That's correct.
9.3? Yeah. 9.1, Mr. Mayor. I'm the candidate of record for the party, so I got a conflict.
Okay. Motion for consent reports. And are there anything being lifted? There was nothing being lifted as of today. So look to the clerk. We got a mover and a seconder. If the clerk can look to a mover and a seconder.
Councillor Phillips is willing to move it, and Councillor Kishner is willing to second.
Okay. To the clerk, take us through the consent agenda, and then we'll do a recorded vote.
Tonight's consent agenda includes economic development and tourism services, municipal accommodation tax update, item number 6.2, CAO inclusive recognition, amplifying significant dates framework. 6.3, planning and building services, relocation of a building within the Port Dalhousie Commercial Core and Harbor Area Heritage Conservation District, 16 Locke Street, Port Dalhousie Jail. Item 6.4, legal and clerk services, deputy clerk for remainder of 2022. Item 6.5, legal and clerk services, correspondence report. Councillor Phillips.
Yes, however, you did say deputy clerk. It should have been deputy mayor.
Deputy Mayor. Thank you.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Miller. Not in the room. Councillor Sorrento.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Mayor Senzik.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Okay, so we're heading now into presentations. We got a couple of presentations that we're going to be prepared for. So council chambers in all municipalities in our country represent the seed of local democracy. The many acts that govern us understand the necessity of the collective voice. Decisions are being made to grow our spaces, pass our bylaws, seek opinions on very complex issues, ensuring safe spaces for all in our public discourse. We recognize the right of the majority to decide, the minority to be heard, and the public to have an opportunity to participate, and all participants to be treated with courtesy and respect. It is imperative that elected officials, citizens, and staff have input, and it is paramount that we listen to one another and listen and question one another, but that we understand we do this in a way that never undermines any person's ability or their dignity in chambers. We respect the right for everyone to have an opinion and remind the audience views of the public do not always reflect those of the Corporation City of St. Catharines. For those who are just joining, the reason why I'm in my office and not in council chambers today is I am battling the flu, and so this is the first time I've been standing upright in 24 hours, and this is the last meeting of council, so this is why I'm here. Councillors Williamson and Garcia were unavailable tonight, so we're only down to, I believe, 10 plus myself. So we're going to go into motions, and the first one that was brought forward as part of the agenda amendment was the collaboration with historical significant work of public art for St. Catharines. And prior to discussing the motion, we will hear a delegation from Edward Bertinsky. And I just want to give a bit of a preface before Edward's presentation to council tonight. He is an Order of Canada recipient, one of the most well-known photographers in the world, born and raised here in St. Catharines. And in fact, he made a significant donation to his work. Over 45 pieces were donated to the Robin Hall Art Collection, valued well over $1 million. And he is a well-known artist, and he's here to talk about an idea, a concept that he's been working on that could transform public art here in our community. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Edward Bertinsky, and then after his presentation, there will be questions available for council. Welcome to the meeting, Mr. Bertinsky.
Well, thank you, Mayor Senzik, and thank you for inviting me to this meeting, and I'm very honored to be able to present this idea to you. So for those of you who might not know me, I was born in St. Catharines for many years of my profession. When I speak publicly, I do a lot of public speaking. I always refer to my vision as an artist, and how I got to where I got to was speaking to something that I knew of. And so I grew up in St. Catharines. I was always at the Welland Canal, but my father worked at the plant 1 in McKinnon's at that time that turned into GM. And it was a GM McKinnon's plant, and he worked there. I got to see that plant when I was a young kid of 7 years old, and got to see these big forges at work. And they were the defining sound of the city. Every time I walked by or we drove by, it would be like the boom, boom, boom. And those of you might remember, that was an incredible sound that resonated throughout the city, in a way defining the soundscape of St. Catharines. And when I went behind those walls, I realized the complexity of industry and got to see it firsthand, and really informed my work as an artist to try and pull the curtain back from from behind those walls and bring the camera into those spaces and show them to the world. So I've been traveling around the world. I've been to well over 40 countries, looking at the Industrial Revolution and how it moved to China, and then went further recently to a project on Africa, watching how the Industrial Revolution moved from China to Africa and how the Chinese companies are now setting up factories in Africa. And that's my most recent work that I've been doing. But about 4 years ago, I had the real pleasure of doing a CBC Ideas program. It was actually called Paul and Ed's Excellent Adventure, and Mayor Senzik was actually one of the voices on that fantastic 1 hour. But in doing that and going to the Welland Canal and the places where I used to romp, I went by the plant and everything was torn down. But here stands this one large 15-foot Atlas forge. And the minute I saw it, it caught my imagination. And I thought, wow, this is a relic. And I asked around, well, why is this forge still here? And apparently it was one of the largest of the group, is what I've learned. And they just didn't have the equipment to move it. So in a way, this relic is here as a result of not being able to move it. And so I kind of did some photographs. I did a 3D scan of it. I kept thinking about it. And then it occurred to me that wouldn't it be fascinating to take this relic of this industry in the core city of St. Catharines and somehow make something memorable out of it, make something that will stand as the testament of time. This chunk of metal, by the way, weighs about 180,000 pounds. And what I wanted to do was levitate it. I thought, well, if you could just levitate it on one point, that it would become this kind of marvel of like, how is that possible? This massive piece of steel, and it is possible. I've been speaking with engineering firms, and it is possible. And so I thought I called the project Balancing Forge, and it's also to me a metaphor of how times change.
Yep. What happened?
Ed, you're muted.
Oh wow. Sorry about that. I didn't realize that I wasn't. So I'll start again. So, anyways, I'll go back to the story of how St. Catharines meant a lot to me. So, my father worked at the GM plant, and he spent his whole life there. And then in the mid 70s, I had the task of removing the PCB oils. I think it was 1974 from that plant. But in the early days, when I was 7 years old, I got to see that plant firsthand. I got to see those forges, which really defined the soundscape of the city of St. Catharines. And I got to see these men in aluminum suits flipping red hot ingots, and at that time they were building the steering knuckle for the car. And in that period, I also, really was fascinated. And I also spent time, as a kid, riding my bike over to the canal and seeing those ships. And often when I speak now in public, and I do a lot of public speaking around the world with my work, and I've photographed it about 40 different countries and a show around the world. And I always speak about the origins of my story, that they came out of St. Catharines, that they were looking at those plants as a young, impressionable 7-year-old and looking at ships in the canal, like standing 3 feet away from the ship's hull where I could stand beside them. And these were really powerful moments. And to me, they reflected the scale and the fact that so much happens behind these walls that we never get to see. And as a photographer, I thought, wouldn't that be interesting? And I left St. Catharines, studied at Niagara College, got a degree in graphic arts, and then one of my teachers there said, you have an aptitude for photography, maybe you should go to Ryerson. I took him up on that and then did a 4-year bachelor's program at Ryerson, and then began my career as a photographic artist, and have been pretty much photographing around the world for the last 40 years, looking at how technology and industry have reshaped our planet. and the internal combustion being at the core of that. And I do reference St. Catharines as the impetus for that kind of vision of what I can bring to the world as an image maker. I've also been involved in 3 films. But when I saw this forge, it was on a story that I had a chance to do with Paul Kennedy from CBC, Idea Story, and Mayor Walter Sedzik, was part of that story as well. But when we drove by, I saw this last relic, this forge. I asked why it was still there, and it was a forge that was too big to move for the equipment at the time, so it was just left there. And I thought, wouldn't it be interesting? This thing weighs 180,000 pounds, and I wanted to take this thing as a relic and put it. And there's some maps I showed you, and put it literally across the street, at the corner of Ontario and Carleton Street, where the city owns a plot, and that's what this rendering shows. And to have it balance on one point, to, in a way, tell the story of this technological evolution, but also create this kind of levitation of this impossible thing where this thing weighs 180,000 pounds, but yet it's sitting on one singular point. And I have checked to see if it's viable, and I have Hatch Engineering. There's the CEO is a friend of mine, and he checked it out with his engineers and said yes, it's possible. So we have proven that it's possible, and the idea of bringing it to the city as a central sculpture to the new development of that whole area seemed to be something that, as an artist, I'd love to do. I've worked in the public realm. I just recently did a big public piece at Yonge and Dundas Square called In the Wake of Progress. It's now traveling around the world. And in fact, it's planning to come to the Performing Arts Center in St. Catharines. I did a big public piece with Daniel Liebskin and a bunch of fantastic people on that project for the Holocaust Memorial in Ottawa. That was a 4-year project, and now if you ever get to Ottawa, you should go and see it. It's quite a remarkable monument to the Holocaust, national monument. So I'm progressively getting more and more interested in doing public artworks, and there's so many vectors that take me back to St. Catharines, where my origins began, that this would, I thought, be a fascinating sculpture to leave and to have as something that I think would become something central to a must-see for anybody who lives in St. Catharines or comes to St. Catharines, and to have it part of the cityscape. So it's very exciting to have this opportunity to tell you about the idea and possibly go on the journey of making it real.
All right. Thank you very much for that presentation, Mr. Bertinsky, and again, everything you've done in your career has an opportunity to draw back to St. Catharines. So I really do appreciate the fact that you also have the key to the city for the city of St. Catharines as well. So we are proud of all the work that you've done and the continuous work you do on environmental, creating deeper environmental awareness. So questions of the presenters. Are there any questions of Mr. Bertinsky? And I'll look to the clerk again for support on this one.
No hands raised in the room.
Okay. Okay, so we're going to go with the motion now. And Mr. Bertinsky, if you could stick around just as we do the motion, that'll be brought forward. It's moved by Councillor Porter, seconded by Councillor McPherson.
That's correct.
And the motion is on the screen in front of us. And again, the key piece of this is that for the CIO to identify the appropriate staff. And there's a brief amendment that is being made to the motion around the location of the art installation be reviewed and determined as part of the Ontario Street Corridor Secondary Plan Study, which is an important piece of a study that's undertaking around the GM property. So if I could look at Councillor Porter for a friendly amendment on that.
Yes, that is a friendly amendment.
Okay. So any discussion on the motion?
If I could just say a few words. It's
my
last council meeting, and we spent a lot of time working on the the plans for the former GM lands. It's definitely been a huge part and piece of St. Catharines. It's why I think the transition into something else is, it's challenging for the community because it was a sense of pride, and the state of it in the last few years has been not giving the community a lot of pride. So I have a sense of pride, and I'm grateful to Mr. Bertinsky for bringing this idea forward to us and bringing something back to the community where you started out your career. And there's going to be something new on the GM lens. We're a car that was built by the automobile, and the city was built for the automobile, and we've created suburbs, and our city is going through a transition. So as we transition these lands, and we'll be creating hopefully a transit-oriented, environmentally sustainable development, as we will the rest of the city, and creating more transit and thinking more about the environment as we evolve. This will be a great relic from the past, a piece of art where we can pay homage to what was here and what built our community, but also look forward to where our community needs to go. And our community needs to go in a better, more environmental direction, and this will help us move forward. So thank you very much, Mr. Bertinsky, and it's just a joy to be able to put this on the floor.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. I'll look to the clerk if there's any other comments.
Not seeing any.
Okay. I just want to add quickly, my grandfather worked at that forge, as did my dad and my brother. And so being able to see a project like this that captures the history of that area and the significance of manufacturing, but at the same time, moving it forward towards something that I think a lot of people, not just in our community, but I'll say from all points around the world, considering Edward's career and where he is in the world today. This will be a significant opportunity for public art in our community that will really capture the history of St. Catharines and pointing it towards a much different future, but at the same time, the respect that's being shown to our past with Ed's piece here is quite substantive. So there's a journey to go here, but I just want to thank Mr. Bertinsky as well for coming up with this concept and asking us to be a part of it as a city. Okay, so I'll call the question, and we have a recorded vote on this to the clerk.
Councillor Porter?
Yes.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge?
Yeah. Yes.
Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Councillor Kushner?
Yes.
Councillor Littleton?
Yes.
Councillor Miller?
Yes.
Councillor Phillips?
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento?
A hearty yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
And Mayor Senzik?
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right. Thank you very much, Ed. Good to see you again.
Yeah, thank you all. Thank you very much. I'm very happy with the outcome. So thank you all.
Talk soon. Okay, so we got a public meeting on subject lands 3 Abbot Street, 40A Ellis Avenue. Purpose of this is to ensure that sufficient information is available for the public to understand the proposed plan regarding subdivision regarding 3 Abbot Street, 40A Ellis Avenue, to provide the public the opportunity to input for council decision. Planning and Building Services held an open house and prepared a report on the application. The public meeting will proceed as follows. Charlotte McEwen, Planner 1, Planning and Building Services, will explain the proposal. Members of the public will provide the options to submit written correspondence, and items received have been added to Council's Sugar Sync folder. As today's public meeting is being held electronically, members of the public wishing to speak were advised RSVP by 9 a.m. today. No one has registered to speak. If a person does not make an oral or written submission prior to the council decision, the person is not entitled to appeal the decision to the OLT and may not be added as a party to the hearing without any appeals by others without the permission of the tribunal. Ed Fotheringill, president of Fothergill Planning Development, Inc., on behalf of DAS Construction, will make a presentation. Council will have an opportunity to ask questions. Public meeting will be closed, and then council will make a decision. I now turn it over to Charlotte McEwen, who will take us through a brief presentation on the subject lands.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening, everyone. The first public meeting this evening is regarding an application for draft plan of subdivision approval for 3 Abbot Street and 40A Ellis Avenue. The applicant has applied to create a subdivision of the lands, resulting in the creation of 2 development parcels and the extension of the public road Ellis Avenue north through the parcel. Draft plan of subdivision approval is granted conditionally. A number of conditions are recommended that will need to be fulfilled prior to final subdivision approval, which can only be granted once they've all been completed. This map shows the subject properties. The larger parcel outlined here is 3 Abbot Street and the smaller is 40A Ellis Avenue. The subdivision land area is 5.75 hectares and the lands have 66 meters of frontage along Abbot Street at the south. The large development lands here have several surrounding features and land uses that set the context for this development, which I'll outline on this overhead view of the property. So there is a watercourse that runs to the east of the site and ends somewhere on 40A Ellis Avenue as roughly depicted here. This is not exact. And there is a rail line shown in yellow here that also runs along the east of the site, directly adjacent to the development lands. The north and west land uses include Clifford's Creek Park, shown in green here, a public park owned by the city. The Niagara Flea Market building is at the north end of the site, shown here in pink, and to either side of the park there are residential dwellings ranging from detached to multi-unit to small apartment buildings in these areas. And south of that there are a couple of non-residential uses. There's an auto repair garage and a storage facility adjacent to the site. To the south is a residential neighborhood as well, primarily comprised of townhouses. And then along the east side, going up what is Hartzell Road and Merritt Street here is a stretch of commercial and mixed-use properties. And then finally to the northeast, there are more residential dwellings. And for a little more context, the major road on the left side of the screen here is Oakdale Avenue. This is a photo of the subject lands taken this past weekend, taken from the north end of the site near the flea market. It shows a portion of the lands. It is a very large parcel and is currently vacant. The proposed plan of subdivision, which is shown here, the north is to the left in this view. So the flea market to the left, the park is on the bottom. And the subdivision would create a public road connecting the current dead end of Ellis Avenue up through the site to Phelps Street. And it would create 2 medium-density residential development blocks, one on either side of the road. And the approval of this subdivision would be conditional on a land transfer that would have to happen between the city and the applicant. Shown here, the green portion would have to be transferred to the applicant, and the orange would be transferred from the applicant to the city to straighten out the boundary of the site along Clifford's Creek Park and facilitate the proposed road alignment. So I'll give a rough illustration of this on the aerial view of the site. The yellow line here shows the public road extension from Ellis Avenue at the south, at the bottom there, up to Phelps Street at the north. And a connection would also be provided out to Smythe Street midway up. This color here shows both the development blocks. One is substantially larger than the other on either side of the road there. And the portion of the site in the bottom right, a large part of 40A Ellis Avenue, is to just be retained as vacant land and won't be part of the developed land. The applicants have provided a conceptual site plan for each of the development blocks. At this time, the overall development proposal is for 290 stacked townhouse units. The larger development block contains 262 of the units, and the smaller contains 28 units. Each block would be a private road development, and the exact layout and final details are not entirely finalized at this point. Each block is going through the site plan review process, and a site plan agreement would have to be registered on the blocks prior to development. The application has been assessed against provincial policy and found in keeping with all relevant policies of the provincial policy statement and the growth plan. The application has also been reviewed by Niagara Region and found to be in keeping with all applicable regional policies. It has also been assessed against the region's freshly adopted new official plan and complies with these latest policies as well. Schedule D1 of the city's official plan designates the majority of the lands as neighborhood residential and a portion of the lands on 40A Ellis Avenue as natural areas, which is further reflected on Schedule E9 of the official plan here, which designates it more specifically as medium density residential on the residential portion and natural areas as well. The majority of the natural area designation shown here would be located on the retained portion of 40A Ellis Avenue that would not be developed. A small portion of it is located within the development area, and that will be discussed shortly. And in this instance, the natural area designation is applied in order to recognize the location of a regulated watercourse on the site. It is possible to receive approval for minor alterations to this natural area boundary without amending our official plan, as long as the applicant can demonstrate more accurate mapping of the feature. They would need to obtain a zoning amendment. The Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority has reviewed this application and advised that the proposed development will not impact the watercourse based on their review of the submission and based on a site visit. The draft plan is able to comply with the official plan without the need for amendment, subject to that conditional zoning amendment of the natural area. The official plan also provides a number of policies that outline criteria to be considered when evaluating development and redevelopment in the city, as well as criteria specific to subdivision approval. The application has been reviewed against all applicable official plan policies and found to be in conformity. This draft plan of subdivision improves connectivity through road and trail connections, and there is an adequate road network and services in the area to service the site, pending some necessary upgrades to services, which would be the responsibility of the developer as a condition of approval. With the recommended conditions, this proposal is able to comply with all the applicable official plan policies. The zoning designation of the lands, as illustrated here, is R3H1 for the majority of the site, and G1 on that portion of 40A Ellis Avenue that was also natural areas in the official plan. The medium density residential R3 zone allows for stacked townhouse developments and private road developments, and the G1 conservation natural area zone does not permit development. A zoning amendment to adjust the boundary of that zone would be required to facilitate this development. And the majority of the G1 zone, as mentioned, is to be retained on the portion of 40A Ellis that is not to be developed. The residential portion of the lands are also subject to holding provision 1, which means that the underlying R3 zoning can only apply once the holding provision criteria are met and the provision is lifted. This would be required as a condition of approval of the subdivision as well. This means there are a couple zoning amendments required. The lifting of the holding provision outlined on this slide. This slide outlines the zoning amendments that would be required, which are the lifting of the holding provision and realigning the G1 boundary. In this case, holding provision 1 requires that a record of site condition be prepared for the lands and registered with the Ministry of Environment. The majority of the site has actually already received or had a registered record of site condition prepared and has been cleared for residential development. A smaller portion of the site has required further assessment, which is being undertaken at this time by the applicant at the direction of the Ministry of Environment, with the target of ultimately obtaining a record of site condition for that portion as well. And that would be a condition that the entire site receive an RSC prior to final approval. This is the subdivision plan with that small green portion shown here that depicts the overlap of the proposed development with the G1 zone. This is the boundary alignment that would be needed as a condition of approval. It would need to be realigned through a zoning amendment. Through the subdivision review, as mentioned, the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority, who regulate the watercourse here, has stated they have no objection to this development and are satisfied that the proposed road would not impact the regulated watercourse. The Ontario Planning Act contains a number of considerations to take into account when assessing subdivision proposals, and staff have assessed this plan against all of these criteria in the staff report in detail and are satisfied that all of these are met by the development proposal, subject to the recommended conditions. The application was also circulated to all relevant departments and agencies, and no objections have been received. A number of conditions of draft plan approval have been submitted and included in the report. Many are standard for draft approvals of subdivision, and some are project-specific. Some notable conditions that have not yet been discussed in this presentation are outlined on this slide. The Community Recreation and Culture Services Department has required that the applicant construct a multi-use path along one side of the public road extension in lieu of the typical sidewalk to connect to an existing multi-use path that connects at the south end of the site out to Hartsel Road and Merritt Street. The Development Engineering Division has identified that servicing upgrades are required in the immediate area to facilitate the development at the developer's cost. These works would result in the digging up and reconstruction of portions of several of the local streets in the area. The Engineering Division has identified an opportunity to also undertake maintenance to services in the area to avoid tearing up the roads again in the near future to conduct the maintenance by the city. And so they would have the applicant enter into a cost-sharing agreement with the city to ensure that the city's work and the upgrade costs are allocated appropriately, and that would be a condition of approval as well. A public open house was held on March 24th of this year. 3 members of the public attended and brought questions and a few concerns. Number 1 was traffic. There's concern that the Ellis Avenue extension, combined with the number of added units, will cause traffic issues on local streets and Oakdale Avenue, both in volume and speed. And there was desire for traffic calming measures on the new public road. In response to this, traffic staff have no concerns with the increased number of units in this area and vehicles proposed on these lands. There are no upgrades to surrounding roads they have required. And the new road that will be put in would be built to current city standards. Should any additional traffic calming be required in the future on this new road, that need would have to be assessed as it would be for any existing streets in the city today if concerns arise. There is a second concern that the development would displace wildlife that lives on and moves around the site, and it's possible that the development of this site would prevent animals from moving through and living on this site. However, the site is residentially zoned and has not been identified as containing any specifically
Charlotte,
protected
can you just hold on one moment?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, Charlotte, if you can go back 10 seconds, that would be great.
No problem. Just this slide or?
That's correct.
Okay, no problem. A public open house was held on March 24th of this year. 3 members of the public attended and brought some questions and a few concerns. Number 1 being traffic. There's concern that the Ellis Avenue extension combined with the number of added units would cause traffic issues on local streets and on Oakdale Avenue, both volume and speed of traffic. There was desire for traffic calming measures on the new public road. And to respond to this, traffic staff have no concerns with the number of units or vehicles being added to the area and don't require any upgrades to any of the existing roads. And the new road would be built up to current city standards. So should any traffic calming be required in the future, that need would be assessed as it is for any existing city streets today. The next concern was the displacement of wildlife that lives on the site. It's possible this development would prevent animals from living on and moving through the site as they do today. However, the site is residentially zoned and has not been identified as containing any specifically protected species of plants or animals. The next concern was the loss of an informal connection to Hartsel Road, currently used by some residents. That's illustrated broadly here. There's some residents have been cutting through the site to get to the commercial area on Hartsel Road. Unfortunately, this path that's being used is not only crossing the privately owned development site, but the adjacent rail line and privately owned properties on Hartsel Road as well. Staff are unable to support formalizing this path, and it's expected this would be fenced off along the rail line as a condition of this project. So this is the multi-use path connection that will be enhanced and improved through this development that would provide a connection out to the commercial site, although it would be a longer distance. Finally, there was concern about the potential for light infiltration from the development into the surrounding area. The development will have to provide lighting plans that demonstrate no light spillover onto adjacent lands, and the city will not approve plans with unacceptable light spillover. In conclusion, staff are recommending that council approve the application as outlined in the report and subject to the list of conditions. Thank you for your time.
Mayor Sensic, you're muted.
Thank you, Ms. McEwen. And the applicant is available, but due to the thoroughness of this report, the applicant will just be taking questions if there are any questions of council at this point in time. And so Mr. Fotheringill is here, but again, not doing the presentation because of how thorough staff just did the presentation. look to the clerk and see if there's any hands up.
There are no hands up in council chambers.
Okay, thank you. And we're going to now close the public meeting. Can I have a mover and a seconder to close the public meeting? I'll look to the clerk.
Councillor Harris and Councillor Littleton.
Okay, all in favor, show of hands. Okay, that's carried. Bang something. That means that the public meeting is closed. Persons wishing to receive no, did I skip something? I just did we closed it. Persons wishing to receive the notice of council's decision should submit a written request to the office of the city clerk. Okay, so now we got the recommendation on the floor, which is the staff recommendation. Councillor Littleton, are you going to move this?
I see a nod from Councillor Littleton, and a seconder is Councillor Miller.
Okay. Any questions on the staff motion in front of us?
Councillor Littleton has her hand up.
Councillor Littleton?
Thank you. I just have a quick comment. I walked this property with staff a while ago when just to see some of the development that was proposed here. And it's really exciting to get more housing. We need more housing, and this is obviously in Meriton. 290 units will bring, I mean, if you think about even just 2 people living in each of those units, it's over 500 people to be able to live there. And so, I mean, I'm always saying Oakdale is the biggest area in the city, I think, that is getting the most number of people. I mean, it's drastically changing, and this is another example. And about the land swap, this is really a great opportunity to bring more amenities into that park as well. With the way that the park is configured now and the equipment that is in there, that will be looking for an upgrade, and there's some things that will come down in the future along with that from staff. And I think that that's going to be a great thing for the larger community as well, not just that development. And so thank you to staff for bringing this forward, and I look forward to this being built out and people being able to move into Meriton. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Littleton. Looking to the clerk if there's other hands.
No other hands.
Okay, look to the clerk to call a question and do the recorded vote.
Councillor Littleton?
Yes.
Councillor Miller?
Yes.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Phillips?
Yes.
Councillor Porter?
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Councillor Kushner?
Yes.
And Mayor Senzik.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Okay, 7.2, which is an amendment to the short-term rental licensing bylaw. And again, this is just a minor amendment. It's largely housekeeping, and it's just to tighten up on some of the advertising and promoting of the license that has been already approved by council. The public meeting will proceed as follows. Paul Chidova, manager of bylaw enforcement, will explain the proposal. There's members of the public were provided with options to submit written correspondence. There is no written correspondence, and no one's registered to speak. So we'll close the public meeting, and then there'll be staff questions. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Chidova to present the minor amendment to the rental licensing bylaw.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Senzik, members of council, and members of the public. The recommendation being brought before council for consideration this evening is to further enhance the city's short-term rental licensing bylaw by prohibiting those operating illegal short-term rentals in the city from advertising, promoting, brokering, or offering for rent or lease those rentals. The recommended administrative monetary penalty is equivalent to the current penalty for operating an illegal short-term rental in the city. It is anticipated that this offense and related penalty will address a deficiency in the current short-term rental licensing bylaw, which allows illegal operators to circumvent the licensing system by stating that the guests in attendance are not renting, or that permission was granted by the owner without compensation. Simply put, if the property is not being rented as a short-term rental, there would be no requirement to post an advertisement promoting or offering it as such. Thank you, Your Worship.
All right, thanks, Mr. Chidova. Appreciate that. Any questions of council? Look to the clerk.
None in chambers.
Okay, so we can close the public meeting. So motion to close the public meeting. Councillor
Miller and McPherson.
All right, all in favor of closing the public meeting?
It's carried.
It's carried. And we'll keep banging the gavel. And now we've got staff recommendation on the floor. Need a mover and a seconder to put this on the floor.
McPherson and Kushner.
Okay. Any questions of the staff on this recommendation? On the motion?
None in chambers.
Then I'll look to the clerk to call a question for a recorded vote.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Kushner?
Yes.
Councillor Littleton?
Yes.
Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento?
Yes.
Councillor Porter?
Yes.
Councillor Phillips?
Yes.
Councillor Miller?
Yes.
Mayor Sensik?
Yes.
And that's carried.
Okay, 7.3, which is financial management services. These are amendments to the 2023 rates and fees bylaw. Notice of consideration of amendments to the rates and fees for 2023 bylaw has been published in accordance with city's notice bylaw. The public meeting will proceed as follows. Members of the public were provided with options to submit written correspondence. No items were received, and they were also offered for delegation, and no requests were received to speak. So we'll do the public meeting, then we'll close the public meeting, and the staff group can respond to questions. And so the public meeting is now open, and so no one has requested to speak. There is no staff presentation. I will now call for a motion to close the public meeting. Councillor Harris, seconded by
Councillor Phillips.
and all in favor of closing the public portion of the meeting?
Carried.
That's carried. We have a motion on the floor now. I'll just do it. It's the gavel's been banged. We have a staff recommendation on the floor. The council approved the amendments of the 2023 schedule of rates and fees as outlined in Appendix 1. And look to a motion on the floor. Look to the clerk for mover and seconder.
Just need a mover for the, we have Phillips and McPherson for the staff recommendation.
Okay. Any questions on the staff recommendation?
No
Okay,
hands
seeing
up.
none. I'll look to the clerk to call a question.
Councillor Phillips?
Yes.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Littleton?
Yes.
Councillor Kushner?
Yes.
Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
Councillor Miller?
Yes.
Councillor Porter?
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
And Mayor Sensik?
Yes.
And that's carried.
Okay, we're going to go on to rates and fees again, and this is the results and recommendations from a comprehensive fee review study. This is 7.4, so it's a notice of consideration for comprehensive fee review study results and recommendation amendments to the 2023 rates and fees bylaw, which has been published in accordance with city's notice bylaw. Public meeting will proceed as follows. Staff will provide an introduction to the proposal, and Peter Simcisco, managing partner, Watson Associates economist, will explain the proposal. Members of the public were provided options. No one submitted anything written, and no one requested to speak. We'll then close the public meeting, and then we can have council ask staff of any questions that they have. So I'll call on Director Kitte, Director of Planning and Building Services, to provide introductory remarks, and then turn it over to Mr. Simpson.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Sensik, members of council, the public, and the development industry. The Planning and Building Services Department is continuing on its path of improving customer experience and service delivery. After consultation with the development industry, staff are implementing technology improvements such as e-permitting, web portal, and digital inspections, incrementally increasing staffing and training complements, and undertaking process improvements. These efforts are in line with the province's vision to expedite development approvals to build more housing. Following Council's direction to initiate a comprehensive fee review study, staff undertook an RFP and retained Watson and Associates. As Watson also undertook the city's DC background study, CBC bylaw, and parkland dedication bylaw, there is synergy in the methodologies, data, and growth targets used. Staff identified a list of 55 builders, developers, and planning consultants who have recent, active, and/or frequent development applications at the city and invited their participation in the study. 2 development industry stakeholder sessions were held, feedback considered, and changes made. On October 7th, the stakeholders were provided a copy of the notice of tonight's public meeting and the proposed fee adjustments. To date, no additional feedback has been received. The facilitation of all aspects of development requires multi-departmental effort. As Council is aware, all departments are experiencing severe resourcing limitations that hinder our ability to deliver to industry expectations and legislated timeframes. As such, the comprehensive fee review process and its financial modeling will assist in supporting financial sustainability of multiple city departments, alleviating some taxpayer pressure. The study results presented here this evening will be essential in helping to inform the 2023 budget process, support staffing capacity, and assist with conformity with ever-evolving provincial legislation. Here this evening to present on the study methodology and findings is Peter Simcisco, Managing Partner with Watson & Associates.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of Council. So as noted in the introduction, our firm was retained to undertake a comprehensive fee review which looked at the fees charged for planning applications, building permit fees, and services provided by development engineering. The objectives of the assignment included assessing the full cost of providing these services, measuring the cost recovery performance of existing fees, and making fee structure recommendations to improve cost recovery, but also having regard for competitiveness and stakeholder interests throughout that process. The review was undertaken with regard to the city's legal authority to impose fees, and when it comes to the scope of services provided by the city's planning and building group, there are 3 pieces of legislation that are relevant as summarized on this slide here. Building permit fees are generally governed by Section 7 of the Building Code Act. The requirement of the Building Code Act is that the total amount of fees must not exceed the anticipated reasonable costs of administration and enforcement of the Act. And this really defines cost recovery at the code level, which means that there isn't a requirement to cost justify individual types of permits. Planning application fees are governed by Section 69 of the Planning Act. And the Planning Act is a bit narrower in its definition of cost recovery, speaking to the anticipated cost of processing by application type. And this would suggest that cross-subsidization of planning application fees is not permissible, and it also limits the scope of cost recovery to the cost of processing. The recovery of costs related to development engineering services falls under the jurisdiction of the Municipal Act, which is relatively broad in its definition of cost recovery, also explicitly allowing for the inclusion of administration, enforcement, and use of capital assets. The methodology that was employed for this review is referred to as activity-based costing. This approach allows municipalities to quantify the costs of service where there is involvement from multiple business units. The allocation of costs into the various application categories is accomplished by tracking the relative shares of staff processing effort for any given permit or application category. And that processing effort can come from individuals within planning and building, but it can also come from other areas such as fire, for example. The methodology also recognizes that there are various support and overhead functions which enable the frontline departments to successfully provide services. So the process that was undertaken for the fees review is summarized by the illustration on the next slide here, and I'm just going to highlight a couple of the key milestones. A major component of the work plan involved the development of process maps, identifying participating staff positions, and then the collection of effort estimates. And in fact, we spent a couple of months meeting with staff through workshops to establish those processing effort estimates for each costing category. And subsequently, the time estimates were quality tested to ensure that they were reasonable in light of the available resource capacity. And this is important because the allocation of cost in the costing model is based on those time estimates. So the table on the next slide here provides a high-level summary of the number of full-time equivalent staff resources consumed on an annual basis by application group. The lower table shows the estimated resource utilization based on the forecasts of application volumes. In total, the development applications covered by this review are expected to consume approximately 50 full-time equivalents on an annual basis. And relative to the current staff complement that's involved in these activities, there appears to be a need for an additional 9 full-time equivalents. And the costing analysis that was completed as part of this review was done in anticipation of that increased staffing. There are several components that we look at when assessing the full cost of service. Those include direct costs. So these would be the operating costs associated with the individuals who are directly participating in the service delivery activities. We have indirect costs, which are operating costs associated with the support and overhead functions. We have capital costs, which reflect the annual life cycle costs of the capital assets that are utilized by staff in delivering services. And then finally, and this is only relevant to building permit services, the full cost definition includes annual contributions to the stabilization reserve fund to achieve the target balance over the next 5 years. So having looked at the different components of the full cost assessment, the next slide here contains a summary of the average annual costs for each of the 3 areas. For planning applications at the top left of the slide, the average annual costs of processing are approximately $1.9 million. The city's current fees provide approximately 53% cost recovery. In terms of the average annual cost of development engineering services, those have been estimated at approximately $125,000 annually, and the city does not currently impose development fees to recover these costs, and therefore those costs are recovered through the general tax levy. For building permits, the average annual costs based on the forecast volumes of building permit activity have been estimated at approximately $5.3 million, and the city's current fees would be expected to generate approximately 83% cost recovery relative to those costs. So in light of the current cost recovery performance and trying to improve that, several recommendations have been outlined in the report. Within the planning area, the fee recommendations were developed to align the fees with cost of service for each individual fee category. This means that fees for some categories of applications are actually going down, while for others, the fees are going up. For any recommended increases to fees, regard was also given to the nature of applications and what comparator municipalities are charging for similar types of applications in order to maintain the city's competitiveness in that regard. And so this means that not all fees were recommended to go to full cost recovery. As mentioned earlier, the city currently doesn't recover the cost of development engineering services. And so in light of that, the recommendations include the creation of new fees which would recover those costs. In terms of building permit fees, the recommended fee adjustments were developed to increase overall cost recovery performance while maintaining market competitiveness relative to comparator municipalities. And then there are also proposed adjustments to the fee structure in several permit categories to better reflect the underlying drivers of effort and therefore costs. On the next slide here, we once again summarize the average annual cost of service, but this time we show the incremental revenues that would be generated based on the recommended fee adjustments. For planning applications with the recommended fee adjustments, the annual cost recovery level would be expected to increase to approximately 85%. And then for development engineering and building permits, the proposed fees have been designed to recover the full cost of service. And so that summarizes the formal part of the presentation, and I would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And again, in terms of where we are in the public meeting, we don't have anyone speaking to this. So any questions of the presenter from staff, from council?
Councillor Kushner.
Thank you. The question I have is with respect to Bill 23, the more homes built faster. And will that affect the development, the fees that we will be charging, this type of fee?
So we are certainly currently working through an analysis of the implications of Bill 23. There were also previously some changes brought about by Bill 109. So that the fee review as it was undertaken reflects the city's current processes with respect to processing applications. The city is currently in the process of reviewing those processes in light of the legislative changes and also to looking for efficiencies. And so there might be some impacts on the fees in the future. But at this point, this is the best assessment based on the currently available information and reflective of current processes.
Okay, but if Bill 23 is adopted, will that mean what we're doing now is redundant?
To the extent there would be changes required to the way the city processes planning applications or building permits, then yes, there might need to be a review undertaken to see whether there are changes to the fee structure that would be required as a result.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kushner. To the clerk.
No other hands are up.
Okay, so need a motion to receive the presentation and close the public meeting.
Councillor Kushner, Councillor Dodge.
Okay, all in favor of closing the public meeting?
It's carried.
It's carried. And then, well, bang. Now, can I get a councillor to move the staff recommendation?
Councillor Miller and Councillor Phillips.
Okay, any questions to the clerk in Councillor Chambers?
Councillor Porter.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the Director of Planning. I'm looking at the development industry feedback. It seemed that the feedback, well, there was one comment about rates and fees. Were these local developers, or was, because it's not just local developers developing in St. Catharines, or were there developers from outside of the Niagara region who participated in this as well?
Through the chair to the councillor, our original invitation was to 55 different builders, developers, and planning consultants that we work with, and they do extend everywhere from Niagara, Hamilton, and parts of the GTA. However, those that participated actively in the process by attending the stakeholder sessions and providing feedback at those meetings were mainly Niagara-based members of the development community.
Okay. Thank you very much. So I talked to some outside developers and who don't seem to have a problem with our rates and fees. So I only see one comment about the city just got $1 million from the province. I don't think, maybe they didn't understand what that money was for. The comments are more related to delays or red tape, and you just talk about how you've responded to that, and it looks like a lot of your responses, or the staff response, you're trying to describe the fact that you have in fact been a bit understaffed, and do you think this is going to help you in the long run? And do you think that the development community is now satisfied with your response here?
Through the mayor to the councillor, staff have been meeting with the development industry regularly for the past 4 years with the idea of mutually finding solutions to concerns that we're having in the building industry on both sides. And that is what's been captured in the table in Appendix 2. So the Appendix 2 wasn't just discussions that were coming out of the stakeholder sessions for the comprehensive fee review study, but all throughout. And the feedback that we have received over time is they're looking for modernization, they're looking for speed of approvals, and they are aware of our lack of resourcing to contribute to these things. The Streamlined Development Fund did assist with the upstart for our technology improvements as well as our business process optimization improvements. However, we were not able to successfully recruit for contract positions within such a short period of time. So the Streamlined Development Fund has not been able to adequately support everything we were hoping that it would. So staffing does remain a challenge for the department. The results of the comprehensive fee review study will help us close that gap, and the development community is very much in favor of having quicker approvals, and they understand that the payment of these fees is actually for the cost of delivering that service that we've been unable to deliver to date.
Thank you very much. I'm very in favor of this. In my term, it seems like it's the final report in the modernization of a lot of charges and fees, some of which haven't been updated since the 1970s, and it's going to really move the next council forward. So I just want to thank you for your work, and I just wanted to provide council and whoever's listening feedback that There's lots of feedback. Development is very challenging. You hear complaints from developers across the province about delays, but I have heard some feedback from developers trying to develop in St. Catharines who aren't from the Niagara area, and they said it's been a pleasure to deal with the staff of the City of St. Catharines. And I just wanted to say that they said they get really good service here compared to the City of Toronto, and I think I need to say that out loud, and staff and council and the public need to understand the good work that the planning staff does. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. Any other further questions to the clerk?
There are no hands raised.
Okay, so I'll call the question and we do a recorded vote.
Councillor Miller?
Yes.
Councillor Phillips?
Yes.
Councillor Porter?
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Councillor Kushner?
Yes.
Councillor Littleton?
Yes.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Mayor Sendzik?
Yes.
And that's carried.
Okay. So if I can ask Councillor Porter to take the mic for, I just got to take a bit of a break, and she can, because Councillor Sorrento has declared a conflict on the next one, which is the land planning one, based
Sure.
on Bill 23.
So I believe we're in 9.1.
Yep.
Correct. So Planning and Building Services, St. Catharines, response to Bill 23, More Homes Built Faster Act. And I'm going to turn it over to planning staff for PBS 181-2022, their report. It's a bill that came down the pipeline pretty quickly, so I'm going to thank staff in advance for preparing this for us. The floor is yours.
Thank you. So good evening, Mayor Sendzik, members of council, mayor and council-elect, and the residents of St. Catharines. First, I want to acknowledge and thank the planning department who showed up in solidarity this evening. Every single one of them has devoted their education, training, and career to city building in the public interest. Collectively, we are here seeking council support to approve the report recommendations and to champion the abolishment of Bill 23 in its current form. The fundamental concept of the planning profession is our collective duty to the public interest. At the very core of healthy cities is clean water, fresh air, and places for people to live, work, and play. Furthermore, democratic access to the planning process, including appeals, is critical to fully appreciate the perspectives of a community and the needs of different demographics. Bill 23, in our opinion, threatens those very foundations. The Planning and Building Services Department supports the province's stated objective of increasing housing supply and affordability. The City of St. Catharines has responded with an official plan that is in conformity with growth targets to the 2051 time horizon, a permissive zoning bylaw, investments in technology like e-portal, e-submissions, e-permitting, and e-inspections, business process optimization. We've implemented our housing action plan and are committed to authoring a new one. And we regularly work with the development industry to identify efficiencies and share solutions. Last year, the department issued over 1,300 building permits with an estimated construction value of $236 million. The city currently has 2,300 residential dwelling units ready to go. 1,600 of these units are entirely with the developer to complete the process. Staff understand the desire to reduce barriers to planning and development approval so that housing can be built faster. However, constantly changing legislation is extremely disruptive and diverts critical attention and resources away from development approvals. There is nothing in this bill that advances more homes to be built faster or more affordably. Instead, this bill perpetuates a transfer of profit to the development industry at the expense of community. Many of the proposed amendments to the Conservation Authorities Act and Planning Act are concerning as they signal a move away from environmental protection at a time when climate change impacts are becoming more and more realized. Conservation authorities take a systems approach to watershed-based policies to protect people and property from flooding and other natural hazards while conserving natural resources such as water quality. The proposed amendments seek to weaken the criteria that defines wetlands and their boundaries and no longer requires the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry to review and approve wetland evaluations. This action will lead to wetland degradation, including impacts to water quality, flora, and fauna. The bill removes protections in place for provincially significant wetlands and opens the door for residential development to sprawl into natural areas that serve as functions for flood attenuation, biodiversity, water quality, and may have financial implications for liability, insurance, and in long-term stewardship. The bill further identifies the region of Niagara as an upper-tier municipality without planning responsibilities, effectively abolishing the region's role in planning approvals. While the city maintains a memorandum of understanding with the region on roles in development planning to prevent redundancy, the region is responsible for natural heritage, archaeology, and duty to consult with Indigenous communities. The region is also responsible for environmental impact study reviews, provincial guideline compliance such as noise, odor, dust, and D6 peer reviews, source water protection, servicing, growth monitoring, and Niagara Escarpment Plan applications. It appears as though these responsibilities will be downloaded to the city. No resources have been identified to undertake these efforts, signaling the province's dismissal of the importance of these functions. In this regard, Bill 23 appears to be very reactionary to more GTA-specific process concerns, and in retaliation is impacting the entire province with a one-size-fits-all approach that serves no single community well. Heritage preservation is a goal of Council's strategic plan, and Council invests in a Heritage Advisory Committee, Heritage Permit Advisory Committee, and a Heritage Planner, all of whom have demonstrated a pragmatic approach to balancing development and heritage. Over the past 3 years, this council has supported staff efforts to protect the city's heritage by approving the addition of over 100 properties to the city's register. The proposed legislation will reverse some of these efforts and make it more challenging for the city to conserve its heritage for future generations. Bill 23's suggested changes to the Ontario Heritage Act are immense and will result in the loss of thousands of heritage properties across the province. Once lost, these assets remain gone forever. The City of St. Catharines has a demonstrated track record of looking forward while honoring our past. Bill 23 seeks to eradicate the framework and the community-based efforts that got us here. The city accommodates its growth through intensification and redevelopment. These forms of development require innovative and sensitive design to ensure high-quality urban environments that promote compatibility and improve sense of place. The bill proposes to remove exterior appearance and landscape considerations from the site plan process. This will result in a negative impact to the streetscape, reduced quality of built form, and less integration between new developments and the existing community character. Simply put, Bill 23 encourages a race to the bottom for bland, cheap, and easy, none of which contribute to community. In 2019, the Planning Department implemented an exemption from draft plan of condominium process for developments that had already gone through the site plan process. As a result of Bill 23, for developments of 10 or fewer units with an anticipated condominium tenure, council approval will now be required, effectively extending the approval process by weeks, if not months. The bill proposes changes affecting development charges, community benefit charges, and parkland dedication. DCs fund infrastructure, including water, wastewater, stormwater drainage, bridges, and roads. Community benefit charges support culture and public realm improvements, and parkland dedication provisions are used to acquire parkland or improve the condition of parks. All three of these programs were reviewed and approved by this council within the last year in response to changes in legislation introduced in 2020. Bill 23 proposes numerous changes to the Development Charges and Planning Act, and if passed, will significantly impact how municipal governments recover the costs associated with growth. For example, Bill 23 proposes to exempt developers who build affordable, inclusionary zoning and select attainable housing units from paying development charges, parkland dedication fees, and community benefit charges. The bill also includes several additional changes, including reductions in costs associated with rental residential construction and changes to the methods for determining development charges, amongst others. While the City of St. Catharines has a DC grant and CBC waiver for affordable housing and parkland requirements, the lack of clarity around select attainable housing is concerning, as almost any type of residential development would potentially qualify. The cumulative impact of proposed changes to municipal fees and charges is significant and contrary to the widely accepted concept that growth should pay for growth. While staff would like to support the province's housing objectives, it cannot support changes that largely place the burden of carrying the costs associated with development onto municipalities and their taxpayers. The Ontario Land Use Planning System contains a cohesive set of checks and balances to make sure that the growth and development of our communities is undertaken in a fair, democratic, and balanced approach. Bill 23, if implemented, deliberately tips that balance to a housing first at all costs approach. The city is facing a housing crisis and climate crisis. Staff agree that additional housing supply is warranted. However, housing alone does not create community. Bill 23 has no regard for infrastructure funding, asset management, environment and natural systems, public realm, or quality of space. Further, the erosion of community input into the built environment process is undemocratic and offends the principle of public interest. It is our opinion that Bill 23, as presented, fails to address the goals of increasing housing supply and housing affordability, and instead will result in the loss of environmental protections, heritage conservation, urban design, and accountability to the public, along with severe financial implications for the city. Bill 23 in its current form cannot be supported. Council is being asked this evening to join AMO, the Greenbelt Foundation, Environmental Defence, the region, the MPCA, and others on calling on the province to collaborate in a meaningful way to create additional housing that's not at the expense of our environment, heritage, public realm, or taxpayer. Thank you.
Councillor Porter, would you like to look for a mover and a seconder to put the staff recommendation on the floor? And then we'll have questions and comments.
Yes, I forgot I was chairing the meeting. Thank you for reminding me. Sorry. I'm just, who would like to move this motion? I think Councillor Littleton's moving it. We all, everybody's got their hand up. It's going to be hard to pick. I'm going to pick Councillor McPherson to second it. And I'm sorry, everybody has their hand up, so it's going to be a free-for-all because I don't know who had their hand up first. Actually, I think Councillor Townsend, you did. I'm doing a terrible job my last meeting. I'm sorry.
I'll be quick. Through the chair, I just want to thank Director Cathay and her team for putting this thorough presentation together. I think the overwhelming majority of municipal elected officials are opposed to what the province has put out in Bill 23. And the biggest concern, too, is obviously seeing in the last week the 7,400 acres of the Greenbelt that they plan to carve out and somehow replace. But thank you to Director Cathay for the hard work, and I'm in full support of calling on the province to repeal Bill 23. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Councillor Dodge, did you have your hand up?
No, but I can make some comments. I agree with absolutely everything that Councillor Townsend said. And Director Cathay and I have had several conversations to this matter. And another thing that I think that is missing from this is the social infrastructure that goes along with all the demands that they're putting on all municipalities across Ontario, 444 of them. So I don't know when, but I think that should be added to, you know, the abolishment of this, as well as saying when is the province going to start looking at those things, because they're going to be very costly to the municipalities, and they're going to be very important with all the downloading and the development and the bringing in of people. We still need a lot of social structure to go along with that.
Thank you. Councillor Kushner, did you have your hand up? Councillor Littleton, you're next.
Yes, thank you. The report was extremely precise and concise, and I think it touched all aspects of the bill. And when I look at that bill, I couldn't imagine what this city, what this region will look like in 10, 15 years. It'll be a disaster. There will be no heritage protection, no environmental protection, all kinds of urban sprawl, all kinds of buildings that are not compatible, and higher taxes for everyone. So I don't know what brought this around except to build homes faster. And I look at the broader picture. The broader picture, in my opinion, is 500,000 immigrants coming to Canada every year, and I'm very pro-immigrant. And roughly 150,000 will settle in the GTA area. And with that number in this area, we can't afford that many new houses to accommodate them. And in my opinion, there should be a look at the federal government of dispersing the immigrants. When my parents came here, they had to go where the jobs were, and they ended up in Northern Ontario, which, believe it or not, may not be the most desirable part of the country to live in. And they had to do that, and I think immigrants should be encouraged to go to the smaller communities where they'd like growth, where they'd like the economic stimulation of new housing and so on. But this will be such a disaster. I would hate to be living in St. Catharines or anywhere in the GTA area in 10 or 20 years. So something has to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kushner. Councillor Littleton.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. First of all, I just want to thank staff, because this comes out, as the provincial government is wont to do, at the last minute, at the most inopportune times, and it leaves staff scrambling. And this is just a testament to how passionate our staff is about doing the right thing and having good planning decisions and logical planning decisions, and ones that make sense and ones that are defensible. And all of the work that Director Kite and her staff has done over the last few years brought us to the point, for St. Catharines to grow in a good manner, to use development charges to help fund that growth. All of this work that we've done cannot be dismantled in a haphazard, flopped together bill rushed through the legislature, and we're all supposed to just accept it. It's unacceptable that this government is looking at taking swaths of protected land to have more sprawl. There's nothing I hate more than when I've gone to soccer fields in Milton and Oakville and just seen these, rows upon rows of houses that look exactly the same, and you have no idea where you are, and it's a car-dependent environment, and there's nothing that you can do except drive yourself to wherever you need to go. And I think we've had a lot of conversations, and we've heard from people in the city that we want to have walkable cities. We love to go to these places, and we like civic squares, and we want to walk, get on the bus, and we're investing in transit. We just, did regional transit, and now government wants to say, well, guess what? We're just going to have sprawl. One interesting stop I wanted to mention is I was at an event earlier this year. It was a fund manager talking about growth, and he said that actually the entire world, because sometimes we think, well, there's not enough room. The entire world could fit in the state of Texas with the density of New York City. So just think about that for a minute. In Niagara, there are plenty of places for us to grow. I would rather this government is looking at other ways to incentivize development on vacant lands, on lands that have been abandoned. Come to my neighborhood and I'll take you a tour on a bunch of lands that the government should be forcing to be developed. People holding on to vacant properties that haven't been in existence forever. I'll call it out, the Loblaws Corporation with the Delta Bingo on Queenston Street. Why are they not forced to develop that property? These are the kinds of things that I would prefer the government is spending its time doing, rather than trying to upset everything that's been done. Hardworking staffs in municipalities across this province people around the table, people who are mobilizing in communities, trying to undo all of that work for what? So thank you again. I was pleased to move this motion, and thanks to staff again for all of their work.
Thank you, Councillor Littleton. Does anybody else have their hands up? Councillor Miller.
Just a question with regards to the report. It seems like the sort of condemnation of this bill and all its negative consequences is pretty universal. But there was a letter from the big city mayors that, to me, seemed a little inconclusive. I was wondering if anyone on staff could maybe give an interpretation of what that letter was saying.
Through the mayor to the councillor, my interpretation of that letter was that the Big City Mayor's Caucus was looking for further dialogue and a deferral of the date that Bill 23 would be passed to allow that conversation to continue. That statement was also one of the first to be issued, and it's a very large bill, and I'm not sure that anybody has fully appreciated the depth of destruction that it proposes.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. My colleagues are correct, and certainly the report is correct in noting all the dangers. And just generally, the biggest concern for me, and it's pointed out in the report, is that transfer of risk from the private to the public, which is sort of the primary goal of sort of the stage of capitalism that we're in right now, where we're transferring wealth from the public sphere into a smaller and smaller group of sort of private oligarchs who don't really have any regard for human beings' ability to exist on Earth, let alone ability to live a tolerable life here. And this is about the baldest attempt at that by the Ford government that we've seen yet. And I'm sure we will see more in the years to come. So I certainly appreciate that staff are on top of this. And this is a very strong condemnation, certainly one I support.
Thank you. Councillor Phillips.
Just briefly, anything that's reported here tonight obviously must go to every MPP that we have in our region. So I don't know if that's part of this or not, but I'd make a friendly amendment that anything that's passed tonight is forwarded to our MPPs as well as our MPs, because I'm sure they know about it, but this has to be reinforced upon them. Great job by our planning staff again. Thank you very much. And I don't think there's too many more comments that can be made about how significant and negative this is.
Thank you. I do believe it says that the report from staff, which I guess is the motion of us approving the staff report, goes to the Premier, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and the local members of provincial parliament. Is there not a deputy minister of housing as well, like a associate minister?
There's a number of people and organizations listed at the end of the report. I think there's about 15 that staff have recommended it be distributed to.
Is MP Biddle included?
If not, we will do so.
I think he should be. Actually, all the MPs in Niagara should be included.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody else have any questions? If not, I have a question for staff. In one area of the report, it's the removing the right to appeal by essentially residents, and it would only leave their right to appeal to certain bodies. So if that body would include council, and this goes through, do you foresee us getting lobbied by residents to appeal at the Ontario Land Tribunal? Do you think this is going to become an issue? Because typically, if residents want to appeal a committee of adjustment decision, they can attend the meeting and they can do it on their own. Or if they want to appeal a decision made in one of our planning meetings, they can do that. But now we might be subject to getting all kinds of lobbying from various residents as councillors. Is that something you foresee?
Through the chair to the councillor, yes, the removal of appeal rights by third parties and some public parties. So, for example, Niagara Region is no longer a body that can appeal under Bill 23. So what we would see here is a lot more pressure on council, members of council or member of committees to deny applications at which point they can be appealed by the applicant.
Okay. That sounds terrible to me. Well, God bless you all. My next question, around the changes to conservation authorities, I was reading the statement from Environmental Defense, in which the bill prohibits conservation authorities from protecting certain areas, but then it actually, well, their language is it gags the conservation authority from providing municipalities with information they need to start protecting areas themselves. So it sounds like there's a downloading of responsibility from not just regions, but also conservation authorities to city staff, but then no ability to actually consult with the conservation authority staff themselves on getting an opinion. Is that how you're reading this?
Through the chair to the councillor, our interpretation is that conservation authorities' roles would be essentially reduced to commenting agencies and any permissions. Right now they have a permit-based system, but they would be reduced under Bill 23 to only commenting, and that it would be the responsibility of the municipalities to issue the permissions.
Okay, currently most lower tier municipalities don't have the type of expertise and knowledge in our planning department to be able to permit, right? We haven't planned for this, we haven't budgeted to hire conservation experts, right, at all.
Through the chair to council, the conservation authorities typically have on staff ecologist, biologist, water technicians, very specialized environmental people on staff, and they're looking at watershed quality and the types of features that go along with that. The region of Niagara and most regional governments look at natural-based systems that traverse multiple municipalities. So what we're anticipating, should Bill 23 pass, is the downloading of all of those environmental functions to the local level. Because across the GTA, the conservation authorities and regional governments have been typically responsible for this, there's very, very little capacity, if any, at the local area municipalities for this level of specialized expertise.
Okay, thank you. And my final question, I think you mentioned there's no definition of attainable housing. So because the act or the bill is so vague, is it possible that attainable house, like say somebody's building some townhouses and they can argue that because they're small, they're attainable, we shouldn't have to pay development charges and all the other community benefits charges. Is a definition that vague that city taxpayers could be funding the development and paying for all of the development costs for housing that really isn't exactly affordable?
Through the chair, I think for everybody in this room, attainable would mean something different. Under this legislation, the regulation, it seems the to be determined regulations are what would define what they mean by select attainable housing. Without knowing what those parameters are, it's very difficult for me to answer that question. However, if it comes through that it is for, say, townhouses or back-to-backs or forms of development that are typically more attainable, and that is what we're trying to implement and encourage as a municipality in terms of missing middle. The flip side to that, by not having to contribute to development charges and community benefit charges and parkland fee reductions, is that we're going to see a less of a community that we can support these individuals in, as well as long-term asset management and maintenance. So yes, I foresee that if there's not more strong clarity and clarification around what select attainable means, that it will be very purposely exploited.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't have any other further questions.
Can I just make an amendment? I don't want to get too much into directing staff on this, but would it be possible to ask our corporate communications to include a summary of this? I think it's a very complex issue for the public maybe to engage with, but it's a very important one. And I think all of us saw around the election that there wasn't maybe enough engagement on issues like this? Would it be possible, like we have sort of a summary of our efforts around homelessness, to include maybe just a brief bit of information on the city's website about basically summarizing this report?
Is that friendly?
Yeah, through the chair. Yeah, we can definitely do that. We've actually had discussions. What sets St. Catharines apart, I think, from a lot of other municipalities is we, in fact, have a meeting prior to the commenting period ending. So we have the ability, and I think some of the messaging may have a broader audience than just the city of St. Catharines. So we'll definitely work with communications to do that.
Yes, it's friendly.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I encourage all of the existing councillors and new councillors to share whatever is coming out of City Hall. And I thank Councillor Kate, Director Kate, for this excellent report and planning staff. So I think we're going to call the question now. Yes? Okay. Is it a recorded vote, or are we just going to raise hands? Okay.
We're going to record Councillor Littleton?
Yes.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
Councillor Phillips?
Yes.
Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Councillor Kushner?
Yes.
Councillor Miller?
Yes.
Councillor Porter?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
And that's everyone. That's carried.
Thank you. Moving right along, I'm just wondering if the deputy mayor is coming back in, or if I have to move to the next item. I will transition us. I think we're moving on to, we already did 10.1. We're moving on to 10.2. Is that correct? So Councillor Kushner, the floor is yours. You've got a motion.
Yes. Yeah, motion is by, is that with respect to Nativity? Yes, that's by myself and Councillor Harris.
And prior to discussion, we do have two delegates tonight speaking. It's Monique Finora and Saleh Wazirudin. And just so that councillors are aware, as Councillor Sorrento is sitting down, this item was previously discussed by the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee as well as the Social Sustainability Committee. Their recommendation on that matter is listed in the minutes from last week, and they're listed under the Council and Task Force agenda.
Oh, we got to turn it on. All right, sounds pretty good. Good evening, everyone. And Monique, would you please address council, and we'll have your remarks. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Zenzik and councillors. Thank you for providing the Catholic Women's League the opportunity to speak to you regarding the return of the practice of displaying the nativity scene on the lawn of City Hall. Before we begin, we wish to inform council that the delegates in this room are the CWL presidents and members of our many parish councils and the Knights of Columbus. We also would like you to know that our next mayor and you councillors are supportive of our resolution. The Nativity has been displayed on the lawn of City Hall for 55 years. It's an integral part of our city's heritage. It's our cultural tradition. The creche is a universal symbol of peace, love, and hope. A very large percentage of our citizens expect to see the Nativity publicly displayed at City Hall. The Nativity is much more than a decoration. It's a declaration to love and help each other. When some of our citizens look at the creche, they see a poor, struggling family, a family in need of shelter, a family outside laying on a bed of hay. They see a young mother and her child wrapped in swaddling clothes. This family was without basic necessities like lights, water, sanitation, healthcare, and safety. Some of our citizens can relate to these conditions because they are homeless and living out in the cold. Many of our families are struggling with poverty issues like affordable housing, heat, and electrical bills. Our food banks and mission clothing stores are in high demand. Viewing the creche gives mothers, fathers and children hope for better days to come. It gives them encouragement and strength needed to get through these tough economic times. By publicly displaying the Nativity, you, our representatives, are sending each one of them a much needed message of good tidings during this very special, universal time. Our city's model is citizens first. This model means that City Hall is aware of the hardships that many citizens are experiencing. More importantly, it says that you care and are searching for creative ways to improve the standard of living. The Nativity will indicate that our council is dedicated, united, and working diligently for all its people, because you also value peace and love for one another. And this gives them hope for better community living. This city's Nativity will also be a reminder to those who are more fortunate that this is the season to do more for our community. The creche is an encouragement to be people-centered. This is the time to share, to be kind, generous, bring joy to others. Our food banks, Christmas baskets, toy drives, children's breakfast programs, our mission stores will all reap the benefits of being reminded to care for each other. More people may decide to become volunteers. More citizens might make a greater effort to attend bazaars, pierogi, pasta, fish, and pancake dinners for our local charities. More citizens will be happy and more smiles will be visible. Returning the Nativity also allows our city to officially express its appreciation to 80 institutions who freely give their time, skills, and labor for the well-being of our citizens. It's a perfect opportunity for the city to demonstrate its gratitude for their collaboration in making St. Catharines a better place to live in. We have people of different faith living in our city, but only the Christian and Jewish faith have major religious feasts in December. We approach the Jewish congregation with our resolution and are assured in writing that its board and memberships do not oppose the display of the Nativity at City Hall. You do not have to worry about the values of diversity, inclusivity, and equity in our request to publicly display the Nativity scene. These values are not compromised. In fact, these values are celebrated. The Catholic Women's League of St. Catharines urged the present council to accept this motion in time for this Christmas season. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that presentation, Ms. Fenora. Are there any questions from councillors to the presenter? I see Councillor Miller. Councillor Miller, to the presenter. Monique, are you there? I see there's people. Okay, just one second, Monique. Are you with us? We have a question from Councillor Miller.
Yes, I am.
Okay, one second. Go ahead, Councillor Miller.
Hi, Monique, and thanks for the presentation. I know we corresponded a little bit on it. I just had a couple questions. The aspect of it being, the creche being a universal symbol, could you expand on that? My impression of creches and nativity scenes is that they are very specific to the Christian religion and one of the holiest parts of that particular religion.
Well, many people who are not religious at all, when they look at the creche, that's what comes to their mind, is what it represents, is love, peace, and hope. In countries where the minority of people are Christians, they expose that for the very reason that it's a universal, everyone recognizes the creche, and they immediately go to what it represents, regardless of what religion.
Okay, I guess my impression as a non-religious person, when I see the birth of Christ, I think of Christianity, but I appreciate that others might have different interpretations. Just in terms of the placement at City Hall, from the City Hall lawn where previously there was a nativity scene, I can see 4 or probably 5 Christian churches. Why wouldn't it be more appropriate for people to visit a nativity scene at religious sites like Christian churches?
Well, the point is that the city recognizes the value of its citizens. and we have about 53,000 Roman Catholics in St. Catharines, and we also have many Christian religions. So it's recognizing our heritage and our tradition. There's so many of us here, and our friends also recognize that.
Okay, but I mean, even with the number of Christians that are here, we don't live in a religious state. We have freedom of religion here, neutrality of religion in a secular state. So what do you think placing the nativity scene at a public building like City Hall might say to that separation of church and state, which is sort of enshrined not only in the Bible, but in Canada's laws as well?
Well, we're people. We're not just made of skin and bones. We have a heart and soul, and we're part of the city. And so the city is recognizing and appreciating all the volunteers. Surveys have been done that show that many of the volunteers come from people.
Okay, I'm just going to step in for 1 second. Monique, just, we can't hear you. Excuse me, Councillor Miller. So can you reset your volume, please? Sorry, Councillor Miller. And Monique, I think you're just frozen on our screen. If you can hear me, you're just frozen on the screen. You've been frozen for about 30 seconds. So we'll wait for it to come back, and you may have to go back and repeat what you said, okay? So you're still frozen on the screen.
Hey, go ahead.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, and we can hear you now, but we just missed test.
All right. Well, I was just saying that the Christians are part of the city. We're all in the city together, and we run all these charity programs. The Out of the Coal program, all the food programs from all the different churches. We are part of the community. And many times the city depends on us to provide for the less fortunate through the fundraisers that I've mentioned. All the amount of food is unbelievable that is served to people. We are part of this community. We're an integral part of the community. And so it's a good idea for the city to recognize that we are part of the city.
Okay, I appreciate that, and certainly thank you for all the charity work. And I know the city, through things like property taxes, does recognize the importance of churches. And to me, that's sufficient, but I appreciate the answers, and that's it for me.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillors, are there any other questions to the presenter? Okay, I don't see any other questions. Ms. Venora, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Okay, and next up, speaking to the motion, we'll have Mr. Saleh Wazirudin speaking to the nativity scene. Now, do we have to, just procedurally, one question, Clerk, do we have to have someone move this so that that the next presenter can speak, or can he just speak?
No, he can just speak, and we'll
Very
do
good.
a motion to receive both delegations together.
Go ahead. Very good. Thank you. Go ahead, Chair Wazirudin. Go ahead. Thank you.
Dear Deputy Mayor and Councillors, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm Saleh Wazirudin, Chair of your Anti-Racism Advisory Committee. Just to be clear from the get-go, I'm speaking tonight against having religious displays such as a nativity scene on public property, and not about marking significant dates, which is a different item on your agenda and which the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee has contributed to. When I was at university a long time ago at my dorm, there was a man who told me when I first met him, I don't care what religion anyone follows because we all believe in Jesus Christ. His Malaysian roommate and I had to have a sit down with him to explain some of the facts of life. The nativity scene, is in fact not universal to all faiths, and it may appeal even to a majority, but it does not appeal to all of us in the same way. But we can't extend religious displays to all faiths either. We do have to be concerned about not privileging one community over others. Even though the proposal before you tonight has a line about extending the, quote, same courtesy, unquote, to other religious groups, in reality, this means nothing, and the result will be the same as before, privileging the majority faith community. It's important to understand at least two reasons why this will be the result, making that one line in the motion in reality a fig leaf, which might make us feel like we're being inclusive when actually we are not. Only a few of the many faith communities in St. Catharines even have the institutions, organizations, resources, and people to organize a public display. People of many faith communities have to even travel outside of our city for their basic religious services. But another reason is that not all faith communities even have a tradition of having displays and dioramas. It would be at best an attempt to piggyback on the tradition of the majority faith community. For these reasons, the actual result, regardless of our seemingly inclusive wording, will be the same as the problem we had before. The majority faith community will get the privilege of being established on city properties. Which brings up another important point that came up at the Social Sustainability Committee meeting last week. City properties are not the place for religious displays. They are present elsewhere in the city. The corporation's property is not the place they need to be. Further, many residents are agnostic or atheist, and there's no way to give them equal access by the very definition of a religious display. And the majority of major faiths will be privileged over their beliefs. Finally, there's another point that came up in the extensive discussion at the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee meeting. There are relatively novel or recent religions founded around contemporary political or legal issues. One specific example that came up in our meeting is the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster. And this is actually a serious issue because it brings up how religions can be used to further completely secular political issues. We saw in the region's survey on discrimination that many people said they were discriminated against for not being vaccinated, which is not a protected category where we live. So what's to stop someone from founding a religion to use it as cover to push an anti-vaccination agenda with a display? This is a real possibility. The city would then have to get involved in deciding what is and isn't a legitimate religion, something the corporation of the city should stay wide away from. But the most important point I would like you all to understand, please, is that reinstalling a nativity scene, something we correctly stopped doing, will still privilege only the majority faith community, despite saying we're inviting other faith communities to do the same, because the point is not all faith communities have the same resources as the majority, or even the same tradition of dioramas and displays, let alone agnostics and atheists. So despite wording designed to accomplish inclusiveness, we can't ignore the reality we live in, where not all faith communities have equal privileges, and so the end result would be privileging the majority with the resources that actually belong to all of us. So please vote against reinstalling a nativity scene or religious displays on city properties. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Are there any questions from councillors to the presenter? Councillor Kushner, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Please help me understand your argument that because not all faith groups have the resources, we shouldn't grant it to anybody. That reminds me somewhat of the city of St. Catharines charging fees for recreational services. For example, hockey is very expensive, and a lot of parents can't afford to have their children playing hockey. Given that situation, does that mean we should prohibit the kids who are fortunate enough to have parents who can afford that type of recreational activity not to be able to pursue it?
Through the chair, I don't think that analogy relates here. There's a reason why in the motion there's a line saying to, quote, extend the same courtesy, unquote, to other faith communities. What I'm pointing out is that that extension, while it sounds inclusive, is actually not inclusive. And that's my point. I don't think having recreational facilities available for sports, that sure only some might be able to access it, I don't think that's the same thing. When we have a religious display on city property, we know that it's in some way giving some kind of establishment or using city resources for a particular faith community. And if there wasn't a concern about that, then there wouldn't have been this line in the motion about extending the same courtesy to other faith communities. I'm just showing that the point I'm making is that, having that line in there doesn't actually accomplish what it says it will. And we're going to end up with the same problem we had before, where it's going to be the majority faith community being privileged over everyone else. It's not the same as playing hockey.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a question from Councillor Miller to the presenter. Councillor Miller?
Yeah, thanks, and thanks, Hala, for presenting. Could you maybe touch on, because this might not be apparent to everyone, but in your opinion, why this issue was discussed at the Anti-Racism Committee?
Well, I wish I could claim I was psychic and clairvoyant, but I can't make that claim. I had heard a rumor that this might come up, but I was told that no, it wouldn't come up. But just preemptively, we thought that we should discuss it, because if we didn't, with the current structure, we would have to wait till the next social pillar committee to get this to council, which would be sometime next year, and the next term of council. So we really weren't expecting that this would come up, because we thought that the city had already stopped this practice, and that was the correct decision. So we were concerned that this coming up would again privilege one community over others. And again, as you yourself pointed out, that there are other places in the city where there are displays. So with the hockey analogy, it's city property, one of the first few places you can have hockey. But there are other places for religious displays. They don't need to be at a city hall, with resources that are from all of us, but not representing all of us in that case.
Okay, and I appreciate that. My question too is, part of the purpose of the Anti-Racism Committee is to provide us with the insight of expertise of those with lived experience experiencing racism in Canada. That's something, quick look around the room, no one here can really represent. So why does this issue matter to those with lived experience who've been subjected to racism, either direct or systemic?
Yes, I'm sorry I didn't pick up on that point of your question earlier. I mean, there is a broader issue where there are some people trying to push the idea that Canada is particular to a particular religious community, specifically Christianity or Judaism and Christianity, and that people from other faith communities somehow don't belong as much or belong less. And so there is a concern this could tie in with that this could be a nod to the idea that Canada is somehow a country of primarily only one faith community or majority faith community. But we believe that we all belong equally here, and everybody should be included and made to feel welcome. And it would be wrong to give the sign that one particular faith community is recognized in a way that others cannot be.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. The connection between religions and race and racism is nebulous and probably complex, so I appreciate you giving the insight of why this particularly came up.
Just if I could add a point to illustrate that, I mean, for example, some people say that Islamophobia is not racism because Islam is not a race. However, there are many people who aren't even Muslim who are targeted by Islamophobia because it is driven by racial idea of Islam and Muslims. So that there is a connection between faith communities and race in that way.
Any other questions? Councillor Phillips, to the presenter.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Take the nativity scene issue out of this question. Our city hall is lit at Christmas time. Trees, outlines of doors and walls. The city streets downtown on St. Paul Street are decorated with Christmas lights. Queen's Park, Parliament buildings, most city halls are decorated at this time. They're decorated to celebrate Christmas, and we all know why we celebrate Christmas. Are you suggesting that, as well as taking the nativity scene out, that nothing should be decorated with lights or anything like that at the Christmas season?
Through the chair, no, I'm not suggesting that at all, because those are not religious displays. Even though Christmas may very well be a religious holiday, lights, trees, there's a distinction between that and a crush. But you did say to take the nativity scene out. And what we did in our Anti-Racism Advisory Committee and the Social Sustainability Committee, which we chaired last week, the language around religious displays and trees and lights are not religious displays. So no, I'm not objecting to that at all.
Okay, so it's okay to celebrate Christmas with lights on and streamers and things like that, but not the nativity scene. That's what you're saying.
Well, whether somebody celebrates Christmas, to the chair, whether somebody celebrates Christmas or not, it's their personal decision. Putting up lights or trees, I don't see that as necessarily celebrating Christmas. It's definitely festive season. There's many other things going on at that time, so it's not particular. But a creche is particular to one faith. Lights and trees are not.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Any other questions, councillors? Okay, and I have one. Mr. Wasseruden, can you explain to us what you mean by one group being privileged over other groups? You use that term a few times, and I'm trying to comprehend exactly what you mean by that when you say one is being privileged over other groups. Can you answer that, please?
So through you, Deputy Mayor, to be very specific, precise, and explicit, it's privileging the Christian faith community over other faith communities because the city property and city resources are being used for display that is particular only to the Christian faith community. Certainly Christianity may have some very nice universal values, but the nativity scene is not a universal symbol. It's particular to the Christian faith community.
Well, thank you for saying that Christianity has some very nice universal values. That's very heartening to hear that from you, sir. And then I believe you, and I'll look for clarification, you made a comment, something about other groups, other religious groups belong less, and I'll look for clarification here, if they don't have their respective religious displays there. Did I understand that correctly?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I've never said anything negative about Christianity, and I don't know why that would be a surprise that I would say Christianity has positive values. I've never disparaged Christianity or other religions, in fact. But to get back to your question, yes, I think if somebody belongs to other faith traditions, and there is this idea out there that's said very explicitly politically that Canada is, let's say it, only or primarily a Christian country, only a Christian country, and other people belong less. And then if they see a nativity scene that people like myself would feel like this echoes that idea, that we're not inclusive.
Okay, great.
I hope that's clear to understand.
Okay, great. And just so you know, I was paying you a compliment. So I was paying you a genuine compliment for what you said. Just for
thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Now, do you recall other religious displays that were on city property? A number of years ago, there was Hanukkah, there was Kwanzaa, there was Eid. So do you recall those, and what are your feelings about those particular religious displays that were on city property and were being recognized and being respected as well?
Well, through you, Deputy Mayor, as I mentioned, there may be a few faith communities that have the resources to do something like that, but there are many that don't. And of course, then there are atheist agnostics as well. But to get back to the point, just because you have 3 or 4 faith communities that step forward and do something like that, there are many others that don't. I mean, to be very specific, for example, someone who is sick has to travel outside St. Catharines to go to a Gurdwara. And there are other faith communities that are part of the residents of St. Catharines, part of the community here, but they don't have the numbers or the resources or the institutions to make a display. So you may get 3 or 4, but you won't get them all. And we know that because we know that not all faith communities have institutions in our city.
Okay, and so just to be clear, are you against those religious displays as well?
Certainly, Deputy Mayor, I'm against all religious displays on city properties. I don't discriminate or target one over another. I would certainly, and I believe the motion from the Anti-Racist Advisory Committee, which was voted supported by the Social Sustainability Committee says that, or any religious displays, which would cover all faith communities.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
May I get a counselor to receive the delegations, please? Counselor Porter, and do we need a seconder, clerk? And seconding that, Counselor Townsend. Okay, thank you. And show of hands from council to accept the delegations. Okay, thank you. Clerk, I have to read this now?
Yep, so Councillor Kushner has already moved the motion and seconded by Councillor Harris.
Okay, now, is Councillor Kushner going to read it? Or is he just going to put it up?
Doesn't need to be read out, it was on the agenda.
Okay, so what are we going to do at this point then? We're just going to look for a vote, or would any councillors like to speak to the motion? Councillor Kushner.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, there should be a change thanks to Councillor McPherson. She suggested making it more inclusive, and so it would be extended to other religious and cultural groups.
Thank you, and I recall having that. It'll be Councillor Porter and Councillor McPherson up next. So, Clerk, we're going to add Councillor McPherson's amendment, and Councillor Kushner, are you going to accept Councillor McPherson's amendment as friendly? Okay, so then that will become part of the full motion?
Right.
Is that,
Sorry, I just want to interrupt one moment. I believe Councillor McPherson has a longer amendment that she would like to request. It is shown on the screen. I do not know if Councillor Kushner would want to accept that as friendly or not, but I do want to ensure that what Councillor McPherson, so maybe you want to look to McPherson to explain
how about if we
amendment.
So, thank you, Clerk. And what I'd like to do is, since Councillor Kushner has the floor, and he did look for clarification, and he was under the impression that Councillor McPherson had a particular amendment, but now it's a longer amendment. Let's allow Councillor Kushner to read that amendment to decide whether or not it's friendly, and then we go to Councillor Porter, who had her hand up first, and then Councillor McPherson. If you want to switch over, Councillor Porter, I'll leave it up to you. So, Councillor Kushner, do you want to see?
Councillor McPherson we did talk about it, and I did say yes.
Okay, so, to the longer version?
Yes.
Very good. Okay, now we have something before I go to Councillor McPherson. Councillor Porter had her hand up first. So, in the interest of just keeping it consistent, Councillor Porter, would you mind if I went to Councillor McPherson first, or do you want to speak first? You had your hand up.
Point of order.
Councillor Porter. Yes, yes, Councillor.
I think Councillor Kushner is going to speak first.
As the mover of the motion.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Go ahead, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. We've heard Monique give very positive reasons as to why this should be supported. And I'll start off by making reference to possible reasons not to include it. And one was the question which was raised, why City Hall when we have churches in the vicinity? And to me, the answer would be very simple, or very similar to, why do we have flag raising at City Hall? And the answer is City Hall is the political and symbolic center of the city, and therefore it should be used for purposes like that. Secondly, I've heard reference made to the fact that there should be separation of state and religion. And yes, I certainly agree to that. And the question is, what exactly does separation of religion and state mean? And it means that the state will protect all religious minorities. It will not give preferential treatment to one religion. And this motion is in conformity with that concept. So that government should protect religious minorities, but unlike some countries, we don't authorize one religion to be the religion of the country, Iran, for example. And also, there's a question of why not cultural groups. And our daughter lived in Singapore for 5 years, and what impressed me about Singapore was that they celebrated their differences. The Christians were a minority there, and yet the Christmas holiday, the Christmas celebration, was a very large celebration. It wasn't equivalent to the Chinese New Year, but what was impressive is they celebrated their differences, and by celebrating their differences, there's an educational aspect to it. And with education, we become more understanding of other groups, and therefore more compatible, more understanding, and we should be getting along better. So tonight I look at this. I found the meeting tonight to be very depressing after Director Catay's meeting. I really did. And to me, by approving this, it would be a very positive signal to the community. Positive because we're saying we're inclusive, we're including the nativity scene, we're inviting other groups to participate at City Hall, and to me that is very positive, and it would send a signal to the community. Let's celebrate our differences in order to understand one another better, and I think the motion does do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kushner. That's very well said. Thank you. We'll just go in order at this time. Councillor Porter, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't support this motion. I support nativity scenes and creches, and I would love to see a festival. I would love to see even more of them in the community. I'd love to see them on churches and people's front lawns. The nativity scene was started by St. Francis Assisi in Italy in the 12th or 13th century. And if you go to Naples at Christmas time, you'll go to Nativity Scene Street, a small little street where you can buy lots of nativity scenes, and not just nativity scenes, you can buy all kinds of little characters. It's not just a religious festival, it's become a cultural thing, and there are artisans, and you can buy funny nativity scene characters for your creche, including Donald Trump and Kim Jong-il. So it's not just a religious tradition now in Italy, it's become a fun cultural tradition, and you can buy lots of characters for your nativity scene. So I heard listening to the presentations, I heard some talk about charity and the good, recognizing the good that Christians do. And I did grow up as a Christian, and sometimes I boil things down to the fundamental question, what would Jesus do? What would Jesus do? If he was standing here, would he care about this? Would he be impressed with all the letters that we received on this issue? From some people, it was the only letter that they sent to us in 4 years. It was about a nativity scene, all very white people, I must say. Jesus is from Palestine, and baby Jesus looks like a baby Greg Miller, and his mother looks like a young Kathy Miller, and I also have a problem with how our nativity scene looks. I just have to throw that out there. Jesus wouldn't care about this issue. Jesus would care that Ontario works rates are $733 a month. Jesus would care and would probably want Christians to write letters about that. He would probably want Christians to write letters about ODSP rates. He would probably want Christians to write letters to all of their politicians about the housing crisis. And there was talk about Out of the Cold. Out of the Cold was a response to government failure. It was a response. I'm going to start yelling now. That's what Out of the Cold was. We don't need more charity. We don't need more charity. So we need to stop thanking and looking for more charity. We need justice. And if Jesus was here today, he would be asking us to write letters, asking us for justice. He wouldn't want to see a member of the St. Catharines community choose to use assisted suicide because they're worried about becoming homeless. So I don't care about this issue. I don't think it's a big issue. One of the biggest issues facing religious groups in this country, to North America, is a rising tide of anti-Semitism. We've seen Islamophobia, now we're seeing a new wave of anti-Semitism. And that's what I think that we should be talking about. So yes, I believe in having more nativity scenes, celebrating all cultures. I'm honestly offended that this has gotten so much. I'm upset that this is at my last council meeting. Some of you think that this would be nice. I actually think it's quite terrible. It's not justice, and I don't think Jesus would care about this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. Any other speakers? Councillor McPherson.
Thank you. Just to clarify the amendments, is the concern that I have, and that's the final part of the amendment, is, and I spoke with Councillor Kushner about this, that if we're going to own a nativity scene, I just want to be clear, then we need to own every other display that happens to grace our City Hall lawn, if that is the case. We cannot say, well, we own the nativity scene, so all the other religions or cultural organizations have to come up with it on their own. So I think that there are some budget implications, because displays are not cheap. So I want to make that point very clear, that that's, a part of the amendment. And as well, that outreach, if this passes, that outreach is essential. My experience from the Downtown Association, when we completed our strategic plan and we committed to becoming and working on our diversity, our equity, and our inclusion, was that we did not wait and did not expect any of the racialized or different communities that are in the city to come to us. This was a process where we had to go out and we had to build the relationships and we had to do the work. So I think that's another key part of this, that if this goes forward, that it's up to us as a city to do this outreach. It's not up to any of the communities. And I'll tell you that the biggest, most successful event that happened this summer downtown was the Festival of Holi, the Festival of Color, where the Hindu community came, and thankfully the fire department made the event with the water and made an event that was pretty fun, really a lot more fun. But when we spoke, and I spoke to various members and the organizers of that, they had never felt a part of our downtown. They had never felt a part of our community until the Downtown Association reached out and said, what can we do? How can we include you? How can we make you feel a part of our community? So to Soleil's point and to others, this isn't saying, we're going to put a nativity scene on City Hall lawn. And as a somewhat lapsed Catholic, and my mom is a member of the CWLs, she was distressed at the idea of putting a nativity scene on City Hall lawn. She didn't really think it was appropriate. That's just an aside. But if we're going to do this, that when you talk about other faiths and other cultures, we as a city have to buy into it, and we have to do the work. So I think if this goes forward, that having a staff person who's going to liaise and who's going to take care of this and who's going to do this, because if we're not going to do this, if we're just going to say, hey, let's put a nativity scene on City Hall lawn, bing, bang, we're good, that's not good enough. That's really poor. We need to include every faith, every cultural organization. And if that means that we're going to have a display on City Hall lawn 365 days a year, then that's what it's going to mean. And I think that that's something we need to consider. And as much as I'm making the amendment, that to me is something we really have to consider. So that's it. Thanks.
Great. So I'll get to you in 1 second, Councillor Miller. I just want to finish up with Councillor McPherson's motion. So you have two very significant parts of your motion. I think one calls for owning all of the religious displays. So I'm going to look to staff right now, okay? And so can you just comment on this right now? If we don't own all of the religious displays, what would the financial implications of that, of those, or that B. And then I want to get to the second part of Councillor McPherson's amendment with the outreach. So that's the first part. For clarification, to Deputy Chief Administrative Officer Ohaski, please. Deputy Chief.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor, and through you to Councillor McPherson. I guess it was a question from you, actually. So I really appreciate the acknowledgement that that outreach effort would require additional staff capacity. Certainly a lot involved there to take that ownership. And to the Deputy Mayor's point, yes, the fact of ownership, we'd also request Council, if this is the direction Council would like to go, to bring further information back on the operational requirements associated with that direction, whether it's, if the owning also necessitates the purchase, the storage, and quite frankly, we don't know the scope and scale of what that would look like. Certainly would take some time engaging with these communities to make sure displays were appropriate. So it is a considerable effort with considerable budget implications that, we might ask Council to consider if ownership is an issue, that we would be able to bring some more information back on that.
Thank you, Deputy Chief. So, Councillor McPherson, would you be okay with I guess, a small amendment as to what the Deputy Chief just said about having that part of your amendment come back to Council for the operational component of it, Deputy Chief, is that correct?
Through you, if this is the direction of Council, it would likely evolve over time and wouldn't be something we could provide in short order, but just want to raise a level of awareness that if it is a city-owned, city-administered activity, that would require resources over and above a position.
Thank you. So
just we need point of order, are we allowed to discuss things of this financial implication in this council? I'm not sure where we're at in terms of our status, in terms of...
It's a 50, through the chair, the deputy mayor, it's any expenditures or commitments in excess of $50,000 would be deferred
unending
to the next
religious
term.
displays are going to cost
And
significantly more.
I suspect that's why Councillor McPherson has included that it's included in the draft budget for consideration. So that would be and ultimately a decision of the next term of council, and they'd have to make that in light of the rest of the budget that will be in front of them.
Okay. If you're done. I guess first, before I say anything, can I make a motion to refer this to staff for report? There are several implications on here of which we have no idea, let alone the finances of.
So you're speaking to a referral or deferral?
I'd like to refer to staff for a report.
Just one second, just hold on.
Question?
Full stop. You'll be up next. Everybody's going to be heard. I have one question. Since Councillor Miller made a referral, he can't speak to it now. We have to vote on that. Is that correct?
That's correct. The motion to refer has a higher precedence than the actual vote on the motion or the amendment, but the amendment was considered friendly.
So the amendment was considered friendly. So now do we have to go to the referral because it's been moved by Councillor Miller?
It's been tabled, so yes.
Okay, and so what do we need for that? Was it 66%?
It is a majority vote.
Majority vote. Can we get, so I'll get there. Okay, councillors, I'll get there. I still want clarification that you'll be heard, but I'm going to ask procedurally what we need to do. I see, I'll get there, I promise. So do we have to do that first?
So a motion to refer requires a seconder. So you technically would require a seconder. So there is no debate except that the priority of the motion can be challenged on a point of order. It's not amendable, and there would be a majority vote.
Point of order. Are we referring the whole thing or just the last paragraph? Are we referring the whole, is the intent by the councillor to refer the whole motion or just the last, be it further resolved? That's what I need to know.
The councillor just said yes, Councillor Phillips. He wants
yes, what?
He wants to refer the whole motion, what you just said.
Okay, so everything we've been discussed is going to be referred. Thank you.
point of order, if you
Unless there isn't a seconder.
That's what I was just going to ask. Does
Thank
the
you.
seconder, and has the seconder, can they be the seconder if they spoke to it?
Yes, they may, through the deputy mayor.
Even though they've asked questions about it? Are you sure?
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay, so we need a seconder. Okay, Councillor Porter's a seconder. All right, now we're going to need a majority of council to see whether or not they want to refer this, and a recorded vote. Clerk, please.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
This is for the motion to refer. Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
No.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
No.
Councillor Kushner.
No.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
No.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
No.
The motion loses on a tie.
Okay, so following that, I do have a question, I guess, of what the, where, did we purchase the nativity scene, the one we currently have?
Through the chair, I have no idea. It was correctly, I believe the nativity scene was purchased some time ago. I don't have any specifics on it.
Okay. I will just say, just to follow up, I suppose, on Councillor Porter's question of what Jesus would say, Jesus actually is quoted in the Synoptic Gospels saying, imploring us to render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's and render unto God the thing that are God's. That's been used for about, 2,000 years now as justification for the separation of church and state. It's what we have in Canada right now. We have secular state and a policy of neutrality. It's been upheld by case law. I'm not going to put our city solicitor on the spot to be an expert on the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, but certainly it's been commented on many times, and this is where it differs from something like flag raising, which doesn't implicate a violation of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Chief Justice Dixon wrote the Canadian Supreme Court that the protection of one religion...
Councillor Miller, look,
and the concomitant...
With respect, trying to keep it to the motion, please.
Concomitant non-protection of others imparts disparate impact destructive of the religious implication or religious freedom of the collective. So this is a de facto preference of one religion flies in the face of Canada's status as a secular state, its legal status of religious neutrality, and the Charter's own protection of freedom of religion. The only thing that can supersede that is even-handedness, and we've talked about that a little bit tonight, but I don't think that's reasonable for the city of St. Catharines to celebrate every religious holiday of religions that currently exist and those that are yet to come. Again, as much as I would love to see a spaghetti monster on the halls at City Hall here on the lawn, it's not a realistic expectation, and certainly not one taxpayers should be backing. We have a number of places that can host a nativity scene that are the appropriate places to hold them in the city. Again, you can't throw a baseball without hitting one from City Hall's lawn. I think we have to remember what we say to those that don't celebrate the nativity scene, don't celebrate Jesus Christ, and don't believe in Jesus Christ. When you have to walk past him to pay a parking ticket, I don't think that gives you the feeling of inclusivity and the feeling of secularism that we are beholden to uphold as an organ of the state in Canada. So it would behoove us not to risk any charter challenges by this motion. Christians are celebrated aptly. They do not pay property taxes on their places of worship, for example, which seems like a fair repay for their charity. So that's all. I think it's disappointing. I think we have to remember that our anti-racism committee has already commented on this, that we've had several resignations from that committee because this city council refuses to listen to them, and I implore us to listen to them tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillor Harris.
I'd just like to call the question.
Yeah, well, I'd like to speak to it before we call the question.
If there's as well any other councillors, because I did see other hands raised, you can only call the question once all councillors have had an opportunity to speak.
Okay.
Any other? Did you want to speak to it, Councillor Harris?
Sure. I'm just wondering this idea of a position to be hired. Maybe I could direct this question to the CAO. Do we not have a position that helps coordinate all the events at City Hall and things like that?
We have many positions at City Hall. If you're referencing the diversity, equity, inclusivity position, that one in particular has a significant portfolio working with the committees, with the broader community and with staff on a variety of programs and portfolios. The report that was on the consent agenda this evening was coordinated through that position, and with the attempt to try to provide support and recognition and opportunities for all cultural, faith-based, any organization across the municipality to have recognition. In terms of events, yes, we do have event staff. However, the intent, it's my understanding, the intent of this amendment to the motion is specifically to go out to various organizations and work with all of them specific to faith-based displays on City Hall. So that's something we do not have.
I guess it would make a little more sense to ask for an expression of interest from all the, and then come back to council with if there's an actual need for a full-time person. So maybe instead of included in the 20, like come back with a report that this is what we need, because you might not even need a full-time or a full-time equivalent, right? And you might be able to like use some of the other staff that we have, because it looks like there's some purchasing and things like that. So would it make more sense to go out for an expression of interest with all these groups and then come back with a report? This is what we need.
Councillor Harris, I think that there is going to be a report that is going to be coming from staff in the next term of council. Would you be willing to consider waiting for it at that time?
Sure. I just don't want to see I want to see proof of what we need. That's all.
Understood. You'll get an opportunity in the next term, Councillor. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Harris. Councillor Littleton.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I have a question, I guess. From our consent item tonight, we approved inclusive recognition, amplifying significant dates framework. Would this not fall under that, or have I misunderstood that report to staff? Isn't this kind of what we're talking about?
So the purpose of the report and the work that was done and conducted with the working group on what was provided through the framework was specific to 12 months out of the year and providing opportunities for all organizations and finding mechanisms to build awareness and create a welcoming environment. We were not specific to, and there was no discussion in terms of this specific issue on a nativity scene or any other display on City Hall. It was more in recognition for something, a program that would be able to evolve over time and actually build and broaden that awareness and working with our various committees and cultural groups.
Okay, excellent, because I think that's a really great idea. I do have comments later where I'll allude to, I think people don't read reports on the agenda, so I'm just wondering where, I'm glad that we actually had this discussion now. I think, I understand why people want to have the nativity scene returned to City Hall. I mean, the woman tonight did a very good job about talking about Christian values and why that's important to her and faith communities, and that's great. And I support your right to practice religion. I support everyone's right to practice any religion that they feel comfortable doing so, and I support any nativity scene on church properties or on your front lawn or anything like that. But I think the point here, and while my colleague mentioned about Christmas lights, those are just lights. if you're a Christian, you might ascribe some value to those and call those Christmas lights. But the nativity scene is a very specific telling the story of the birth of Christ. That's all that is. It's not just a random baby. That's not what that is. It is exactly birth of Christ. It's put out for a certain day. And that's what's at issue, is the religion behind the symbol that is being put on the front lawn. And when we talk about, well, separation of church and state, that's exactly what we're talking about. There's just none of it. There should be none of it. I'm not in favor of this motion. I don't think that we should have any other religious holidays celebrated on City Hall. I think I support, again, any religious community at a church, at a synagogue, at anything like that. 100% support that, and that's protected under the charter, and I support that, but not on City Hall. And when we can say, well, Christianity's under attack, or I think this is where some people feel like it might be going. It's not. It's simply City Hall is nothing to do with religion. We don't pray here. That's just the way it is. And so I can't support this notion at all. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Littleton. Any other councillors? Any other councillors? Okay, I'll speak to it. I definitely do support the motion. It's been a tradition. I respect all other religions. I respect all people. So I am definitely in favor of this, and I will definitely be supporting it. That's all I've got to say on it. So, Clerk, would you call the question and the recorded vote, please?
Councillor Kushner?
Yes.
Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Councillor Littleton?
No.
Councillor McPherson?
No.
Councillor Phillips?
Yes.
Councillor Miller?
No.
Councillor Porter?
No.
Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento?
Yes.
And I see Mayor Sendzik has returned.
No.
And that's lost. Sorry, that is carried. That's carried. It's carried 6-5.
Thank you. Next motion. We have Councillor Kushner. I believe he deferred that. Councillor, you deferred that, yes?
Yes, we both did. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh, yeah. So now I've got to step down. I'm going to call up Councillor Townsend just to take the chair for a moment.
The mayor has returned.
Oh, okay, sorry. Are you back, Mr. Mayor? Sorry, you can't unmute yourself, Mr. Mayor.
I could take over.
Okay, go ahead. All right.
Okay, so we'll go to the clerk in terms of where we are.
We're on item 10.4. So this is the motion for election signs. Councillor Sorrento has provided notice that he would like council to consider a motion not appearing on the agenda. Council's procedure bylaw, motions not appearing on the agenda require a unanimous vote to be considered at this meeting. So the first step is a vote to suspend the rules to consider the motion tonight. And then if that passes, the motion would then go on the floor.
Okay, so we need a seconder for the motion.
Councillor Townsend has his hand up.
Okay, so we got Councillor Townsend seconded. So we'll have a recorded vote on this. If there's a motion to suspend the rules, we have a recorded vote so we know the number.
Councillor Sorrento?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Councillor Kushner?
Yes.
Councillor Littleton?
Yes.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Miller?
Yes.
Councillor Phillips?
Yes.
Councillor Porter?
Yes.
And Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Okay, the motion's on the floor now. I'll turn it over to Councillor Sorrento for.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Do I need to read the motion or no?
It's on the floor in front of us. I don't think you do. If you just explain what the motion is.
Okay, I think that most other communities have a 30-day bylaw for putting out signs, and our current bylaw, I believe, is 60 days. And you know, it's really an eyesore from August the 19th, Mr. Mayor, you know, all the way till October 24th. There is no need for us to have signs plastered all over the city for 60 plus days. We run federal elections, provincial elections, 30 to 35 days. I would hope that it would be the will of council to say, hey, you know what, 1 month is good enough. And, you know, if the elections can be decided, federal and provincial elections can be decided within, you know, a month, 31 days, certainly city council elections can be decided as well. So I leave it to the will of council and whoever wants to speak to it. I certainly hope that we can not pollute the eyes and subject the poor residents of St. Catharines to 60 plus days of sign mishigas, Mr. Mayor, and maybe kind of alleviate that and take it down to about, say, 31 days. So I defer to my colleagues, and I certainly hope it's the will of this tremendous council to pass this motion. Thank you.
I'll speak to it if I can. Okay, sorry. I'm in favor of this. I would like I'd like to see us do no signs, but I think that's actually protected by freedom of expression in the charter, which still means things to some people. So I would like to add an amendment, though, if we could also update the bylaw to prohibit erection of election signs on commercial property as well.
Mr. Mayor, I don't know if through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe that staff have a report coming to us, so I just, not that I don't want to support the amendment, but staff is coming with a report, so I'm going to defer to that report. So only for that reason, I won't accept it as friendly, okay? All right.
Okay, so it's still an amendment on the floor. In terms of the CAO, is there a report coming back on election signs on commercial property?
So on behalf of the CAO through the mayor, what we did talk to Councillor Sorrento about is the amendment of the sign bylaw does require us to actually bring a bylaw back, and there would be a public meeting as well at that time. Following the election, we will be considering a number of potential changes. We would bring this back at that time. If council wants us to direct us to consider the commercial properties as part of that review, we will do so. But either way, we would be bringing back a report with this that would go through with a public meeting before is actually effective, the bylaw.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Miller. So you just want to provide direction as well as part of this motion, if your amendment would provide direction to include consideration of the prohibition on commercial property sites?
Yeah, that makes sense. Just, I guess, as a point of order for the motion then before us, is that out of order to amend it tonight, or would it be more in order to request that the amendment be made to move it to 30 days?
My recommendation would be to request that staff bring back a report to amend the sign bylaw with this direction.
Okay. Well, yeah.
So you can make an amendment to that, Councillor, if you like.
Yeah, I guess I would request that we change be amended to
that a report be prepared.
I mean even the existing part of the motion, that therefore.
Yeah, you can make an amendment.
Yeah, like I don't think we're allowed to just amend it without the bylaw review.
Okay, so ask the clerk for wording around the amendment.
Yeah.
And we can get that on the screen.
Through the mayor, I'd recommend that therefore be it resolved that staff be directed to prepare a report to consider amending bylaw, and then it can continue with the rest of the language, taking out the second be amended.
Okay. Councillor Sorrento, so is that still not friendly? Because it's not.
No, that's friendly, Mr. Mayor, that's fine. We want the report and just get it to 30 days. That's good, thanks.
Okay. Okay, and then the inclusion of the prohibition of election signs on commercial property would be included in that report. Correct? Okay. Okay, look to the clerk. Is there any other speakers to this?
I see no other hands raised.
Okay. Look to the clerk for call of the vote.
Councillor Sorrento.
And thank you to council for that, that's for sure. A hearty yes.
Councillor Miller.
A hearty yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
And Mayor Sendzik.
Yeah. Yes.
And that's carried.
Okay. So next on the list is the motion for the next meeting, rescheduled council meeting.
Okay,
Moved by
Mr.
Council Sorrento, seconded by Councillor Harris. Look to the clerk for any conversation, comment on this by council.
Councillor Sorrento has his hand up.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, to staff, just an invitation to the regional councillors, that's all, okay? I think we talked about that already when we have this meeting with the Ministry of the Environment.
Through the mayor, the meeting is open to all members of the public, but we can advise the members of regional council that it is happening, and they would be able to attend as any other member of council is. Any other member of the public is able to attend.
Thank you, clerk.
Councillor Phillips has his hand up.
Thank you. And only the information from the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks will be discussed. There won't be any further information discussed as a regular meeting, correct?
I'm going to look to Director Kate. When we had scheduled the meeting, there was also a presentation by another organization based on that tied into the MOEs. I'm going to look to the director to clarify.
Thank you. Through the chair to council, the purpose of the rescheduled meeting for December 5 is to hear from the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks. I understand the landowners group will also have a presentation in response to that.
Correct. So anything that's going to be discussed will be directed towards the former GM site then, probably, right? We're not going to be talking about Christmas lights or anything like that. Okay. Thank you.
So there are no other hands raised.
Okay, call the question then.
Councillor Sorrento.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
That's carried.
Clerk, that'll be Zoomed also, will it?
It'll be, you will be able to zoom in, yes.
Yes, that's good. Because I'm
Okay, next on the list is, I believe, one more. Are we good?
So we do have a few other things. We were going to have final remarks. So we do have a closed session from before that we did not finish as well. So as the chair, look to you as to which your preference is as to the order of those two items.
Now let's do the final remarks, and then we'll go into in-camera before we do the bylaws, and then we'll end the meeting there. I don't think that'd be my, instead of having to go through the rigmarole, I had to go in camera and out of camera, in camera. So.
That works for me.
All right. So the concept here is for members who aren't returning, opportunity to address the community and provide thanks and you know, for your council colleagues. This is the last time a couple of us won't be around this table anymore. Before we do that, I'm going to turn over to CA Oaks, and then we'll go we'll go to Councillor Sorrento, Councillor Porter, and Councillor Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to say a few brief comments on behalf of staff, myself, and the entire senior leadership team to the councillors who have put in the last 4 years and longer, and who will no longer be sitting around the horseshoe after tonight. Just to honestly provide all of you a heartfelt thank you for the time, the energy, the passion that you've put in. We aren't always the easiest group to work and get along with, whether it's council and staff, whether it's the various issues we deal with. But I can honestly say that every single one of the councillors around this horseshoe have a passion, no different than the passion that the staff who are sitting in this room and made a point to come in person, and those on the line. You know, we all are trying to be better, make this community a better place. Councillor Sorrento, Councillor Littleton, Councillor Porter, Mayor Senzik, you have provided a massive amount of community support, programs that you've been a part of, initiatives, paradigm shifts that we're working through. And oh, by the way, we had COVID that came in the middle of all of that, and we had to stop everything and try to regroup. And I just want to say thank you for all of the time, energy, and effort that you have put in. It's truly appreciated. We all appreciate that across the corporation, from the top right down to the front line, and it is truly something that we do not take for granted. We and for the councillors who have continued to participate and have won the last election, and Mayor-elect and Councillor-elect Lindell, welcome to the team. You know, this is something that we all take great pride in. It's amazing to be part of, you know, a community, but also at the policy setting and policy making and implementation from a staff side. You know, we are here to fill seats. The seats will continue to be there when we are gone, when we choose to leave, retire. And the contributions that you make within those 4 years, 8 years, 40 plus years, however long it is something that you should all be very proud of, and we thank you all for that. So I just wanted to open that up and give a heartfelt thank you and wish you all the best for those of you who will no longer be sitting with us. And I can't wait to continue the conversations after this, but thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, with your permission, you're finished. With your permission, Mr. Mayor, I had to sit up here because there is no camera on my mug. Oh, that's your dog. I see even your dog is happy that I'm speaking. See that? So I had to come up here. So thank you for those remarks. And I'll go first because I'm transitioning, and I said earlier that I wanted to defer to my colleagues who weren't coming back. So I'm coming back in another capacity, and I wanted them to have the last word. So here goes. I'm going to thank God. I'm going to thank my parents for the tremendous sacrifices that they made when they came to this great country in this great city. I want to sincerely thank the great people of St. Catharines, beautiful people of St. Catharines. While I transition up to the region, it is an honor and a privilege, an extremely high privilege, to serve in office, to move our community forward, and to do it together. I have the honor and privilege of being deputy mayor, and I know that when that came around the first time, I didn't stand a chance in getting it. So I want to thank council for that tremendous opportunity that I think is an incredibly high privilege to serve this community, let alone be mayor. That's just a thank you. And I know that there were some people that worked really hard in the background. Without saying names, I just can't thank you enough. It's a tremendous, tremendous, tremendous honor. To my colleagues, I'll echo the same words that Sao Oaks said. I know that you all love this community deeply. We all love this community very, very deeply. And just sometimes we just disagree as to the direction that we go in. That's really it. There's no doubt in my mind that we all share a deep love for our home and our people. I think serving with my colleagues, and I'll get to staff in a minute, you're more than colleagues. You're friends. And I think with some of you, I've had the privilege of getting to know you as people and what you are like as people. So you're not just a colleague, you're a person, you're a close friend. We've had many conversations, coffees, visits. That's all part of this. To our tremendous, tremendous staff and our frontline people, you guys are amazing. Hey, you've helped me to help others. And without your guidance, without our frontline staff, I just couldn't have done it without all of you. With our past people that were here before that have left, I really miss them a lot too. They're part of the family the last 8 years. And I think the thing too is that the relationships that we shared, not only as colleagues, but everything that we went through. And I know that during the last 8 years, there have been a number of us that have been through some pretty horrible things, and we've been through some good times. So a huge part of being a counselor and having tremendous colleagues are those very, very intimate relationships. So that's a tremendous honor and something that I cherish deeply. It is my sincerest hope that I'll be able to continue to work with our tremendous staff and our tremendous people moving forward, because I have a tremendous amount of respect for all of you, tremendous amount of respect and a lot of love. So I don't want to say goodbye. Thank God I'm not saying goodbye, because I'll tell you right now, I'd be crying quite a bit. So I think the only thing that's saving me is that I really hope to see you. I'll pick that phone up and I'll ask you questions. So thank you very much. I'll say God bless all of you. I have a lot of respect for you and a lot of love for you as people. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sorrento. I thought you were chairing the meeting now. Why don't you continue to chair? That was a very heartfelt message. You continue to chair. I'm just going to keep coughing, so just keep chairing.
Are you serious? No.
Yes, I'm serious. Keep going.
Okay, who's next? Oh, okay. Who wants to go? There's a councillor who wants to go. Councillor Littleton or Councillor Porter? Who wants to go? Who's going? Okay, Councillor
Thank
Porter.
you. Thank you, Chair, Deputy Sorrento. I rolled into this meeting after a really difficult day at work with no time to prepare what I was going to say, but it sort of spoke to the reasons why I can't run. One of the people who works for me today had a bit of a breakdown because somebody that they were working with to try and find housing after this woman had gotten ill and had all kinds of life challenges and had gone in the hospital,
we just found out she passed away. So you can tell I have no patience left sometimes in some of the meetings. I get really short with you and with some of my colleagues, especially around housing and homelessness. I got short tonight at the Catholic Women's League, and I didn't mean to do that, but my patience is tried. Working a full-time job in the housing and homelessness sector and trying to do this job and having the time for it. So I don't have prepared remarks. I just, I wanted to describe to you the urgency to my colleagues who are returning back to council, people watching. I talked to some of you who were knocking on doors, and some of you said, I don't go to certain neighborhoods because they don't vote, or I don't go to apartment buildings because they don't vote. I'm going to encourage you all next time around to please knock on the doors of renters or places where you assume people don't vote, who are people who are disengaged. We really need to engage with those folks, and it's incumbent upon all of us to understand what their needs are in the community. Look at where we're spending our council resources, in which neighborhoods or not which neighborhoods, and understand the types of housing that we need to be approving or encouraging. And if I know things are changing with the province, but the region did spend a lot of time studying how many units that we needed to build in St. Catharines, and specifically rental units and affordable units. And I know it's not in our official plan requiring us to build those units. I think we do need to all take this on. I'll be working on the outside. I'll be looking to you, to push. We don't want to push the certain kinds of housing that's coming down from the province, but we want to be pushing affordable housing. There are lots of people who don't have cars, for example. There are some parking minimums, that we could take a look at. And we do need to be creating a more inclusive community. I want to thank the residents of St. Catharines and the residents of Ward 4 who elected me. It was an honor and a privilege to serve. I loved it so much, and I leave the job loving it more than loving this city and feeling more of a part of the city and loving politics more than I ever have. So I'm not leaving hating the job. I'm leaving because I have to prioritize my family. I want to thank my husband and my kids for all their patience in the last 4 years. They need to be my priority right now. And my full-time job and the staff, the tremendous people who work in the housing and homelessness sector, who it's just a never-ending uphill battle for them. And we need to do a lot of work. And that's why I encourage city councillors and regional councillors to really engage with everyone in the community. Sometimes we just hear from the usual typical voices, and we need to reach deeper into communities and really hear from people that we don't typically hear from. So we really do need to make better decisions. And then to staff, you started crying when you talked about staff, and most of the senior leaders who I met in the very beginning are still here today after 4 years of really tough times. This is a great organization. I'm so proud to have been a part of it for 4 years. I am proud when I see a city truck, when I see a fire truck, when I see a bus, soon to be a regional bus. I'm proud of all the work that all of you do, and it's been an honor and a privilege to serve with such smart, deeply caring, committed people who are trying to run this city through really challenging times. And I hope we can stay connected. And to my colleagues, thank you for all the work that you do and that you've done. It's been, you've made great friendships here. I'd like to continue. I'm going to miss maybe going out to the bar. Maybe won't miss how I felt the next morning rolling into work. It's not a confession, but it should be sometimes. It was so nice to sometimes have a challenging meeting and then to go hash it out at the bar after. That was really the best part. Sometimes, my parents always said, never go to bed angry. And counselors should really try and, have that camaraderie after council so that I'm mostly looking at Councillor Kushner because we would get into it quite often at the bar, but it was always in great fun. So I'm going to miss his camaraderie, and I could keep talking all night, but thank you all. I will be around, and maybe I'll do it again in the future because I did absolutely love it. I just can't do it right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. Very well said. Councillor Littleton.
Thank you. I did prepare a few things to say, so I hope my colleagues will indulge me. And just get ready. There's a reason for all of this. Cuando comienzo la pandemia, comencé a aprender español. Quería hablar español porque disfruto viajar a México. Pensé que sería educado hablar el idioma de los que vienen allí. Es muy difícil aprender un nuevo idioma cuando tengo 46 años. J'ai eu le plaisir de représenter le Conseil à plusieurs événements au cours des 4 dernières années. Je suis allée aux fêtes franco-ontariennes et reconnaître le drapeau franco-ontarien. J'étais toujours nerveuse de parler en français, mais je l'ai fait quand même. All of this to say, in the words of Glennon Doyle, we can do hard things. We can begin to learn a new language at the age of 46. We can run a marathon. We can parent. We can say goodbye to loved ones. We can publish a manuscript. We can put our name on a ballot. We can make hard decisions. In fact, that's the deal. If you put your name on a ballot, it's like an unacknowledged contract. If we vote for you, we expect you to be able to make the tough call. It's not going to be easy, but that's the agreement. It has been an absolute honor to have represented Meryton Ward and the City of St. Catharines for the past 4 years. Truly one of my greatest experiences I've had in my life thus far. I tried to serve my community by listening, asking questions, being involved, and showing leadership. Not giving people just the answers they wanted, but the actual answer. It's easier to pander, to try and appease the people banging the loud drum. But that does a disservice to our community at large, because self-interest groups are just that, self-interested. And a councillor must make decisions on behalf of the corporation and the city at large. If you stand for nothing, you fall for everything. It's easy to take a photo with an Indigenous person, put it on Facebook. It's hard to cast the vote to take down the offensive statue. It's rather simple to not read your council package, to think you understand an issue because you might have heard about it or it was something that was discussed last year. It's hard to read all the reports and come prepared to council. It's hard to pick up the phone before a council or committee meeting and ask questions or seek clarification so you don't prolong the meeting so council can save its energy for the topics that really matter. It's easy, in fact, to want to discuss topics that make one a hero rather than stay focused on the strategic plan and policy. I'm grateful to staff who took my calls, who answered my emails late at night and on weekends. I would rather ask you 3 times about something than risk being misinformed when calling back a resident or speaking here at the Horseshoe. There is so much misinformation and disinformation being spread. It's a councillor's responsibility to be truthful and accurate. To the SLT and all staff I've interacted with, thank you. You do your job with the utmost integrity and passion for this city and the corporation. From day one, I was welcomed and felt like you wanted me to succeed. Because if I succeed in my role as a councillor, my constituents get the representation they deserve and the city is better for it. Thank you to my colleagues. We have had some good discussions and I'm thrilled some of you won re-election. Sincerely, I hope you'll be able to build on the work we did this term, because when I look back on it, we did a lot of work. To the new councillors and Mayor-elect Cisco, I wish you the best of luck and every success, because when you succeed, the city evolves, it grows, and it moves forward. To Mayor Sendzik, thank you for being a true champion of female politicians and for providing many opportunities for me to get involved over the past 4 years. You have been a great leader for this city. It has been forever changed in a positive way because you put your name on a ballot and said, I will work hard and make tough decisions. I'm going to go very quickly through this next one because I don't want to cry. Councillor Porter, we as a city are poor because you're not going to be here in the next 4 years.
I look forward to continuing to work with you on projects in the community, and I will pound the pavement for any campaign for you in the future. And to any women in our community who haven't yet fallen asleep during this speech, if you want to run for politics, I want to hear from you. Connect with me. I always tell my kids, and my God, I love my kids. Thank you to my kids. Oh, I almost made it. Thank you for never complaining that I missed dinner, that I wasn't there, that I dragged you to pancake breakfast, that it was embarrassing when I was on the city steps and your friends were waving and you pretended that I wasn't your mother. I always tell my kids the way you do one thing is the way you do everything. I always try to do everything at the highest level. I gave this part-time counselor gig my all the last 4 years. Some of you have been so kind to have reached out over the past few months, and I'm forever grateful for your support. It means a lot. I'm saying adios for now. I don't think it will be forever, but it might be hard to come back in the future. I might like taking a day off once a week. But remember, we can do hard things. We must, in fact, do hard things. Muchas gracias. Je vous remercie. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Littleton. Mr. Mayor.
No, those are tough acts to follow, and
Unmute yourself.
I'm left with emotion is a good
They're
thing.
just going to fix the speaker, Mr. Mayor.
Well, no, can CAO Oaks hear me?
Still working on it, Mr. Mayor. 1 second.
Because if not, I can.
I swear I didn't mute you.
I'm fine. Councillor Harris, you got me?
I hear you. I hear you coughing.
Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check.
Try, Mr. Mayor. No. Good.
That's fine. I don't need to make any remarks. I'm good. Let's move on. Keep going. Move on.
Just give us
Gotta say something.
a few seconds. Sometimes that just seems to resolve it.
I can hear you crystal clear. Sounds like you're inside.
And just so the people who are online know, I am fairly confident that the public can hear you right now. Just that we cannot. Oh, I can hear you now.
Check 1, 2.
Jackie, Mr. Mayor, you need to have the last word, sir.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I just want to say thank you to Councillor Porter and Councillor Littleton and Councillor Sorrento for the emotion, because I think too often we try and push down the emotion, but the emotion is where a lot of the positive energy comes from. And so being emotional means you care about your job, means you care about the people that you serve. And it means that you're trying hard to make a difference. And too often we don't allow our emotions to come to the fore, because for some it's a sign of other things, which I think as a society we're moving on from. So it's not a sign of weakness, it's a sign of strength. And so while I can't be there in person today, and for that I can't apologize because I can't control whether if I get the flu or not. And so for those who are following along at home, that's why I'm back in my home, because it was difficult to sit through the meeting and progressively feel worse. So it's unfortunate, because the last 8 years have been an outstanding experience for myself through 2 terms of council.
Hold on, Mr. Mayor. Just 1 second, sir. Just 1 second. Yeah, we got technical difficulties. Just hold that. Yeah, I know. Figures, right?
I'm done. I'm good.
No, we're gonna take care of it.
No, I'm good. We just got to finish the council meeting, and I'll do another. I'll do an Insta Live for all the people who want to see it. Councilor Miller, where's he going?
He just wanted to get closer to the speaker.
That's it. Good eyes, Mr. Mayor. We're back, Mr. Mayor.
All right. You know what? I'm just going to say thanks to CAO Oaks and staff. It's been an outstanding experience working with the staff at City Hall. I think they know how much I appreciate all of their work. They are the ones that make us look good. They're the ones that make our community look great. And it's been an honor to be able to serve beside the CAO Oaks and CAO Chemnitz and the entire senior leadership team. Couldn't be more proud of the fact that as I exit stage left, I do think we have the best senior leadership team in Niagara and one of the best in Ontario. And I've got to see some other big city senior leadership teams, and I would put our team against any other team in this province. And so that made it easier for me to not decide to run again because of the fact that I think we have such an amazing senior leadership team, and they're going to take us in wonderful new directions. And congratulations to Mayor-elect Cisco, ran one heck of a campaign, as well as the new councillors who will be around the horseshoe in a few short weeks. You'll be joining a very seasoned crew of councillors. And I just want to touch ever so briefly, because I want to wrap this up, is voter turnout and why it was so low. There's a whole bunch of hypotheses as to why it was so low, but we've got to get more people engaged, and we've got to get more people to run for council who see themselves as part of the city. We've got a lot of work and a long way to go. We've got to get more women around council. We've got to get more BIPOC community members involved in our committees and around council. And that starts with the leadership of council. And you have to be more reflective of our community, not just sort of who you look at yourself in the mirror, but you got to be more reflective of our community. So I wish I was feeling better. So I'm just going to end it there and say thank you to everybody who made this all happen. I'll have further comments later on in the week as I get to explain more and talk more about what's coming up in my future. But with that, I just turn over to Deputy Mayor Sorrento, because I'm going to take off right now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
We can clap for
I think we can clap for everyone, yeah. Guys, good job. Okay, Clerk, you want to, we're ready to roll?
Yeah.
Ready to move forward, okay.
So the next item is to go back. We should do the task force minutes, so minutes to receive. So we'll need a motion to receive and file the minutes of the advisory committees of council as presented.
That'll be Councillor Townsend and Councillor McPherson. Okay. Show of hands. Okay. Councillor Kushner, did you have a question?
Yes, we've got another new.
Councillor-elect Lindale or Cisco? Mayor-elect Cisco? I think they were both acknowledged, I think, a couple of occasions. I think they were. Well, Councillor Kushner, you get the next 4 years to make it up to him. This is all good. Okay. There you go.
So we do have a closed session item to go back to. So I would ask for a motion that council resume in closed session to continue the discussion on item number 4, which is the property matter, lease, and activity at the property. Closed pursuant to Section Municipal Act, Section 2392B, personal matter about an identifiable individual, and 2C, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land in the municipality or local board, realty file number 85-02.
We have a mover and a seconder. Mover Councillor Miller, seconder Councillor Porter. So Councillor Miller is moving it, seconded by Councillor Porter. Okay, then that's the motion to go in camera. Motion to go in camera, please, councillors. Okay, Councillor Kushner, Councillor Phillips. Isn't from in camera, so we'll just have the staff to receive for information. Clerk, is that correct? We're just receiving
Yep, the
for
motion is
information?
just to receive for information.
Thank you. And so just by a show of hands, all in favor? Okay, thank you. We're going to have we need a mover for that? Please forgive me. You know what? Thank you, Councillor Miller. And you didn't even point of order me. So that's all. Councillor Miller. Are you look? Councillor Miller. Okay, Councillor Townsend, you want to move that? Okay, who's seconding that? Councillor Miller. Okay, all in favor, show of hands? And it's carried. Okay, is that it? Who?
No, we are going to continue on. We have bylaws.
Thank you, Clerk. Yes, we have to do the bylaws. So we need a mover and a seconder.
Correct. We need someone to move the bylaws listed as A to K, be read a first time, considered and passed.
Okay, that's Councillor Littleton and Councillor Phillips. So I moved that. All in favor? Okay, passes. More bylaws, Clerk?
We also have an additional bylaw, so I'm going to read that out. That the following additional bylaw A and B, be read a first time, considered and passed. Sorry. They're long. A is a bylaw to delegate authority to the CAO and Deputy CAO to enter into municipal transfer agreements with Niagara Transit Commission and such other ancillary agreements, documents, and instruments required to complete the transaction contemplated therein. But B is a bylaw to delegate authority to the CAO and City Treasurer and/or their designates to carry out all operational and financial affairs in connection with the St. Catharines Transit Commission as a result of the transition of the St. Catharines Transit Commission to Niagara Transit Commission. And those are related to the earlier closed session item.
Thank you. We'll have thank you, Clerk. We'll have a mover and a seconder, please. Mover, Councillor Kushner, seconded by Councillor McPherson, sorry. All in favor? Carried. Is it that time?
It is time for a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn. Who wants to do it? All right. Councillor Porter, motion to adjourn. That's it.